Council Judge preside.
Please be seated. Good morning.
Good morning.
I understand you're still having some technical difficulties, and I will get started anyway. That might mean I have to listen to that, but Owen is not here with us.
We're getting him right now.
He's coming right.
I'm on 44, so you're going to put room $5.
Do we need to?
They can't.
They can't?
Got it here. You want me to test the sound? Mr. Owen, can you hear us?
Testing 1, 2. Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you.
If this doesn't fix the image.
Everybody's on this will welcome record for versus Zimmerman, case number 12, CFA 1083.
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess as a preliminary matter, we did have those two pending motions. I didn't know if you wanted to address them before or later. Or, sorry, one pending motion regarding the motion to compel that we discussed yesterday, but I can go ahead and proceed. The first witness is virtually present, as you can see. Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Mr. Tom Owen.
I'm here.
Please raise your right hand for this.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Owen, if you would please go ahead and introduce yourself to the court. Tell her who you are, what you do for a living, and how long you've been at that.
My name is Tom Owen, O-W-E-N, at Owen Forensic Services in Colonia, New Jersey. I've been doing this approximately 50 years. I've been doing forensic audio and voice ID and so forth since 1981.
Tell me a little bit about both your academic background and the professional training and other circumstances affiliated with that you've undergone to enable you to pursue that career.
Prior to I graduated from college in 1969 with a pre-law degree. My intention at the time was to be a lawyer, heaven forbid. And world doesn't need another lawyer, that's for sure. At any rate, that didn't happen, but I was involved heavily with music and recording studios and so forth, and all through college and everything. I moved to New York and started working for record companies, where I was in the capacity of an engineer, a recording engineer, and an A&R man. In addition to that, I went to Lincoln Center, where I was the chief engineer at Rodgers and Hammerstein Archive of Recorded Sound for 11 years. And I went on my own for OWL Investigations, was my former business, in 1981. So since 81, I've been publishing and been active in the forensic community.
And Mr. Owen, you belong to any particular groups in the field of voice identification and audio engineering?
Yes. There's a committee at the Audio Engineering Society called the Forensic Audio Standards. I'm the chairman of that committee. There's also a group at the American College of Forensic Examiners called the American Board of Recorded Evidence. I'm the chairman emeritus of that committee. And I've been in other organizations, the International Association for Identification, the Law Enforcement Video Association, American, I can't remember the name of one of them. Anyway, several other organizations over the years, some of which I've retired from because when you get to be a certain age, they don't make you pay dues anymore, but they keep you active.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have previously submitted for filing a CV of Mr. Owen. If there's no objection, I would tender that as an exhibit for this proceeding at this time, similar to the way we handled the other witness yesterday.
Mr. West,
No. Thank you. Mr. Owen, are the matters that we've just kind of briefly been discussing more fully set forth in the CV that we've just introduced to the court that you sent to us?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Owen, have you ever testified as an expert in courts before?
Yes, I've testified over 300 times in approximately 30 or 40 states, several foreign countries. Never failed to qualify.
Would that also include the state of Florida, both state and federal level?
Yes, that's correct.
And just in terms of the types of organizations or clients for whom you do work, could you give us a little bit of a background as to who those might be?
I work for both the prosecution and the defense. I've also worked for federal agencies. I've also trained many members of law enforcement in terms of forensic audio, video, and voice ID. And this has been going on for some 25 years or so, as far as the training goes. And I work for banks and security companies and private investigators and individuals as well.
Mr. Owen, as it relates to this case, the state of Florida versus George Zimmerman, who was your actual original client in this case?
Well, the Orlando Sentinel, Jeff Weiner, called me and asked me to assist him in trying to determine whether or not you could tell who was screaming on the 911 call that the lady made from inside her house. I didn't really know anything about the case at the time, and he sent me the tapes, and I said that I would look at them, and so I guess he would be the client, and whatever TV station he works for, or newspaper. I'm sorry.
So you were not retained by the state attorney's office in this case before you did any of your work.
That's correct.
And you mentioned specifically a 911 audio recording. We heard that played here in court yesterday. There were several screen portions. When you go about analyzing or attempting to analyze a recording of this variety, tell us what sort of methods that you employ and a little bit about how long those methods have been around and who else might employ them.
Well, it is a 911 call, and there's always been this issue about screams on 911 calls. Practically every other or third 911 call has someone in distress or duress and screaming in the background. And so I took up this as a research project back in 1985, where I conducted a experiment with using spectrograms, oral spectrographic methodology, and basically was able to determine that even though a person's voice is raised by screaming in pitch, okay, the spectrograms look the same. The only thing that that happens is the spectrograms themselves get either longer or shorter depending on where they are in the spectra of the pitch.
Why is pitch important to your analysis, and what exactly do you mean when you use that term?
Well, the pitch is the resonant the main frequency that we speak at. I'm speaking to you here today at about 130 cycles per second. That means my vocal cords vibrate 130 times each time I speak. Okay, that's the average male. That's the majority of the population. But if I speak up a little bit higher, if I speak up a little higher than that, if I speak up a little higher than that, then I'm raising my pitch. Okay, and there's methodology, old methodology from the 1980s that allows you to look at that high spoken sound and determine a person's pitch.
As far as the methodologies that you employed in this particular case, can you tell me, do you, number one, employ something that you referenced, I think, earlier, oral, meaning A-U-R-A-L, just sort of listening with an experienced ear? Is that one of the things that you do?
That's correct. It's referred to as critical listening. And there's schools of thought that are focus on just the listening part. There's schools of thought that focus on the listening part and the spectrograms or the visual part. And there's schools of thought that just go at it phonetically or linguistically.
Okay. And are there also available now, and even, I guess, for some time, computer algorithms or computer programs that assist in those sorts of tasks?
Yes, they've been given a 2013 fancy name called biometrics, but basically it's the same testing procedures of the oral spectrographic computerized programs that were available in 1985 called multi-speech. And not only is the program used in our field of voice identification or elimination, it's used tremendously in the medical community for the purposes of before and after, for example, cleft palate operations. A person will speak into a microphone before the operation and afterwards, and by looking at the spectrograms and listening, the doctor can determine the quality or the success of the operation. And this company that makes the automated oral spectrographic program didn't make it for voice identification. They made it for the medical community. And the voice identification people co-opted the program in order to use it for their purposes.
Mr. Owen, when you conduct an analysis like the one you did in this case, do you simply pick one of those three methods that we've discussed and focus on it alone, or do you try to employ them all together?
No, I employ the critical listening. I think that's extremely important. I employ the spectrograms. I think they're extremely important. They give you a visual representation of the human voice. The listening gives you the listening part of the test where you can listen to something. And all of us are better, some are better than others with listening, but all of us can recognize certain things. And just like when you play the 911 screaming calls, you can sort of tell whether you think it's one person or two people or three people. If your mother calls you on the phone and all that, and 5 other people call you, you can usually pick out your mother amongst the other 5. So my point is, critical listening is very important. And you can get better at it by practicing and by doing a lot of cases. I've done thousands of cases. I did 1,000 cases during December and January and February of this year for a research project. So the more you do, the better you get at it.
And are any of the methods that you utilized in this case particularly new or novel or strange or unheard of before?
No, we talked about the biometric. That's been around for at least 20 years. The NSA, the CIA, the Department of Defense has been using this technology extensively, especially after 9/11. This is part of what they do, and they do it fairly well from what I understand.
I think we've seen a little bit about that in the news perhaps recently.
Yes. They don't talk about it a lot, let's put it that way, but they have been doing it, and even the FBI finally got around to including it in their forensic database.
Mr. Owen, as it relates to an analysis of this sort of tape, can you tell us a little bit about what you did in order to prepare it for analysis, and then walk us through kind of how you went about it?
Sure. The tapes themselves were provided to me by the Orlando Sentinel, by Jeff Weiner. I listened. There were two calls. One was what I refer to as the original 911 call, where Mr. Zimmerman is at the scene and so forth. And then the second one is a call made by what I presume to be a woman in a house close by where the confrontation is alleged to occur. And you can hear people screaming on the outside, and that particular tape was one that I went into that tape and I cut out what I felt were the usable screams and eliminated everything else.
If I could, Mr. Owen, let me stop you there. I believe you have sent a sound file, and with the court's permission, I'd like to publish that so you can tell us if this is the usable screams that you just referenced.
Yes, I did produce it, and I sent it to you, and I have it here if you want me to play it.
Mr. Owen, I got to tell you, it's not extremely lengthy. What can you tell us about how you were able to use that?
Well, the program that I use called Easy Voice will tell you if you don't have enough material. It would like to have 16 seconds. It can work with less than 16 seconds. It would like to have 20 words. It can work with less than 20 words. In order to run the test, I had to double up the actual screams. So I fed the tape twice, one after the other, into the program, and the program allowed me to use that as a sample. And then it tests itself in my testing. How you heard me raise my voice and all that. I took George Zimmerman's voice from his reenactment of this event, where he says, "Help me, I need your help, I want help." And he said that a number of times. And I use that as a basis of an exemplar, of a known exemplar, which is obviously he's on camera doing that. So I use
If I could, just what was your goal in doing this? What were you specifically trying to do when you compared the screams that you just described for us to that known exemplar? What is it you're looking to do?
Well, the basic question for me was, who's screaming? Okay, I had no sample or exemplar of Trayvon Martin. Okay, at that time it didn't exist. Or at least it didn't exist to me. So all I had was Zimmerman, and that was from his own reenactment. So pursuant to that, I used Zimmerman to see whether Zimmerman would come up a yes or no on the person screaming.
Talk to me a little bit about this easy voice computer algorithm that you use to assist you as one of the methodologies. Explain which sort of methodology that involves, and a little bit about where it comes from.
Well, it comes from St. Petersburg, Russia. It was written by the same people who had wrote the multi-speech that I referenced in 1985. And the purpose of it is to automate procedures such as spectrographic analysis, pitch analysis, Gaussian analysis, or that's what they refer to it as. It's really intra-speaker variability, okay? And it takes those three things, and it automates the process. So you could do 100 people, you could view 100 people in a second or 2 seconds and eliminate them as the questioned caller. This is what the NSA and the CIA are doing on a daily basis. And they need something to do that very quickly in the thousands of calls and to eliminate various people. And this is the type of software that they use. Not the exact, they don't use the Russian software that I'm aware of. They wrote their own, as far as I know. But they use this software to automate that process. And that process is an ongoing process on a daily basis.
Now, we heard yesterday that there's a lot of variables that can affect whether or not a particular recording, such as this one, is usable for the type of analysis you're talking about. You know, things like distance, things like different channels, things like the fact that it's compressed on a cell phone. Tell us a little bit about all that and what those sorts of things do to an analysis like the one you've conducted.
Well, let's just put it out there that we don't have the perfect tape. Okay, that's a given. Okay, all right. Given that, okay, we still have the question before us as who is screaming. Okay, just like you would if I had a fire 911 tape and somebody wanted to know who was screaming. Maybe that's the one that was set the fire. So having screaming on tape is not anything unusual or new or novel. Okay, being able to determine whether or not it is a person or not. It's much easier to eliminate someone than it is to positively identify someone. And what we have here, what we have to work with is approximately from my tape, and I should say I had a redacted version. So there's about 7 or 8 seconds missing where the lady's giving her address and so forth. And so I didn't, if there's any screams within that area, I don't have them on my tape. Okay. At any rate, I have approximately 10 screams. And within those each one almost to a number, almost everyone has a spoken word. Help, I need help, help me, and so forth. They're listed on my what I sent you the other day. So we have spoken word. Even though it's way up in frequency, it's screamed, it's spoken word. Spoken word creates formats. Formats can be sliced like an orange with a narrowband filter.
Slow down, Mr. Owen. You're going to have to explain what a format is.
Okay, a format is the acoustical energy within the human voice, and it's represented on a spectrogram as a darker area. Spectrograms are light and dark, and it's the dark area. And not only does it have a contour, but it has a shape. Okay, so all those things in the prior days, in the 70s and 60s, 50s and 40s, had to be viewed with analog equipment. Around 1985, when multi-speech and the 5500K elementary machine came out, it was all those processes were automated. So we have the benefit of being able to measure precisely, very, very precisely, all of these things. When I say all of these things, I'm talking about the position of the formats. I'm talking about the mean frequency of someone who's screaming. And when I was talking about the orange analogy, basically you're taking the screaming sound and you're using a narrowband filter and you're slicing it up in several hundred slices, and the distance between the slices measured is the person's pitch. Okay, the one that's saying it in their normal voice and the one that's screaming it, only this gives you a way to measure it with the old technology. Now, think about this. If the NSA has 10,000 voices that they're running from Iraq back and forth to the States, do you think that they have enough people to sit there and do that process for each and every sentence? Well, the answer is no. So they had to come up with an automated process that did that automatically. And they've done that, and they've been doing it for a long time. And that's what Easy Voice is. Easy Voice is nothing other than a 100 or less voice system. Okay? They have a 1,000,000 voice system. I have a 100 or less system. I'll never use a 1,000,000 voice system. I seldom ever use 100 at a time system. Okay? But it's big enough and fast enough and does the same thing as that million voice system does. Just does it on a smaller scale. So I utilize that technology to, in addition to the old technology, to determine, well, let's see, could this be Zimmerman? Yes or no?
And
Now,
when you conduct an analysis like this, I mean, do you always get a result? Are you always able to render a conclusion of yes, no, or do you sometimes run into some where you're just not able to reach one?
of course. It's yes, no with a degree. It's probable with a degree. It's no decision. Okay, and there are a lot of factors. The tape's too noisy, for example, not enough signal to noise ratio. There's a million reasons why it could be rendered not usable.
We heard about something yesterday called a Gaussian mixture model. Can you tell us a little bit about what that is, and did that play a part in what you did?
Well, I don't know who. It depends on who's saying, but the Gaussian, as expressed in Easy Voice, the manual and technology, is basically referring to intra-speaker variability. What makes Zimmerman's voice different from, say, Trayvon Martin's voice, or your voice, or my voice? Okay, so that's basically what that measures. And there's a million other things that go along with that. I've sent you an article, several articles, one of which delineates all the, if I may refer to this article. And I'm talking now about law and the expert witness, which is, I don't know if you put that in as evidence or not.
Mr. Owen, if you're not going to, since we don't have it here to submit, let me ask you this. Are you talking about literature that's generally relied upon by persons who do what you do?
Yes.
Okay. And in a nutshell, without directly quoting it, could you summarize what it is you're talking about, please?
Yeah, there's two aspects of the oral spectrographic method. The oral part of it is the listening part, and you determine how fast someone speaks. How many words do they say in a second or a minute or whatever time frame you want to look at. The mannerisms, I live in New Jersey. People who watch The Sopranos are used to hearing "forget about," and stuff like that. And that's a mannerism that's idiosyncratic to New Jersey. If you go to Boston, they're going to speak in a certain way in Boston. So these are things called mannerisms. Syllable coupling, how do people put their words together? How many, does someone start out like a ball of fire at the beginning of the sentence and end up in a whimper at the end of the sentence? The manner in which they speak is very important. And that delves into the phonetic linguistic people. They're very in tune with the spoken language and how it's done and so forth.
Let's go back to. Go ahead.
Let me finish. Visually, the spectrogram shows you the time, energy, and frequency of the human voice in a visual manner. Okay, and if you look at the spectrogram, usually when I say time, it's usually cut off at 2.5 or 3 seconds or whatever you want to put on the screen, and about 3 or 4 seconds is the most readable 5 or 6 words, 8 words, something like that. Okay, and basically, so the time is going to be fixed. The frequency is going to be fixed because it's going to be from 0 to 4,000 hertz, which is the speaking voice frequency. Okay, so you don't need to have 22,000 hertz or the sound of a CD. You don't need that quality because you're only interested in the voice. And if you have enough voice frequency, then it's a usable sample. So you've got all this information that shows you visually what's happening and verifies what you hear.
Mr. Owen, going back to the particular analysis in this case, you mentioned that you used those 3 methodologies that we've already discussed and employed the computer to assist you in determining whether you could match the known sample of the defendant in this case to what you had determined was the usable screams from the tape you had for the newspaper.
sorry to object. I think the question mischaracterizes the witness's testimony that he employed all three methods. In his opinion, I think the witness said he used easy voice biometrics.
Sure. Mr. Owen, there's been, let me ask you, you used, as I heard you say earlier, you did use critical listening in this case?
Of course.
You have used what we've called the oral spectrographic method, where you've referred to spectrographs in this case?
Yes.
And you've also used the easy voice biometric computer system? Do I understand that to be correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you used all three in this case?
Yes.
All right. Is that sufficient, Your Honor? Thank you. Mr. Owen, were you able to conduct this analysis given the materials that you had? And if so, can you tell us a little bit about how you did that and what you came up with?
Yes. I said earlier that I had an exemplar of George Zimmerman from his reenactment. I took the reenactment, I need help, etc., and I made a tape out of that, of sufficient length and all that to work in easy voice. I then took those enactments, that text, and elevated it electronically. Several three semitones, 4 semitones, 6 semitones, which has the effect of raising the pitch up. I matched the pitch that the screams occur at, between 700 and 1500 hertz. Okay. There's also a sheet that I sent you from the Easy Voice, which shows that the 6th semitone, the 4th semitone, the 3 semitone all match with George Zimmerman's original spoken word. The screams don't match at all. So that's what tells me that, okay, it's not George Zimmerman of the screams that I presented.
And I think you said you didn't make a determination as to who it was. You made a determination as to who it did not appear to be.
That's correct.
And did you say earlier that that was actually a much easier determination than if you had to go ahead and also make an identification?
Well, it's always harder to make a positive ID, whether it's George Zimmerman or anybody else.
Now, my understanding is that you also analyzed a different tape in this case as it relates to a possible racial slur or something that might have been used. Can you tell us a little bit about that? And did you use the Easy Voice protocol and the other methods that you've already discussed when you did that as well?
Yes, that's correct. Sometime after I gave the initial finding about the screams, I believe Jeff Weiner contacted me again and said that there had been some issue about can I curse on the thing?
Unfortunately, it's language that I'm sure the court has heard before, so please go ahead and just be as explicit as you need to be.
There was an issue of a statement that was made as Mr. Zimmerman was talking to the 911 operator. He said, "These fucking blank," and so people took up the mantra that he was saying "these fucking coons," and so it was not something that I was concerned at originally. So I didn't know whether it was true or not. So I went back to the tape. And I excised that portion in which he's speaking, and I did a little enhancement on it. There's a sort of a whack right in the middle of the third word, and I was able to fix that and put it through several programs, SoundForge, Sound Cleaner, which is a Russian program, and I came up with "these fucking punks." Punks.
Now let me ask you this, those programs that you just referred to, I guess, could we call those filtering type programs to filter out sounds other than speech?
Yes, they're basically audio editing and enhancement programs, commercially available.
Anything new or novel, particularly about any of the ones that you used?
No.
Okay. And so you actually were able to determine that it didn't appear to you to be a slur at all, or a racial slur at all?
No, it was not racial.
Okay.
And I actually went on Al Sharpton's program in New York and said that.
And was your conclusion to that as firm as your conclusion as it relates to the fact that the defendant was not the one screaming?
Yes.
Were you ever contacted in September of 2012 by the defense team in this case?
No, maybe approach Ms. Mike.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Owen, you still there?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Owen, were you able to come up with a relative likelihood that the screams in question here could have been produced by the defendant? In other words, I know you said that you determined that it wasn't him. Tell me what about your analysis says that?
Well, my analysis says that I believe you have the latest Easy Voice sheet that I sent you. I don't know if you can see this or not.
That's all right. I believe the court and counsel both have it, so go ahead and explain it.
Okay. The program tells me that 3 semitones up is George Zimmerman. There's a little green dot. I don't know if you can see this or not. Little green dots. Green dots are yes. Yellow dots are probable. Black dots or gray dots are no. And so we have for the Zimmerman 3 semitones, the Zimmerman 6 semitones, and the Zimmerman 4 semitones. They all say it's George Zimmerman in one fashion or another. Against the screams, okay, they say it's no, it's a no-go, and it's only a 33% matching against the screams.
Mr. Owen.
The other ones are in the 70s and the high 60s.
Okay. So it's less than half of what you would have expected had it actually matched.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Owen, as far as the conclusions you reached, is it uncommon in your field for scientists to disagree as to their opinions of what evidence may show, even if they apply, generally speaking, the same types of methodologies?
Yes, they do disagree.
Okay.
That's like asking if lawyers disagree with one another.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Your Honor. No other questions.
Good morning, Mr. Owen.
Mr. West, I presume?
Yes, thank you. You can hear me well enough?
I can hear you fine, thank you.
Can you see us?
Yes, if you could move over just to your left. There you go. There you go. That's fine.
All right, thank you. You mentioned earlier at the beginning that you had been doing this work for about 50 years. Is that correct?
Audio work, yes, audio enhancement. And I started doing the voice stuff in '81.
How old are you?
I'm 67 years old.
So you've been doing professional voice identification work since you were 17?
No, I just said that I started doing the voice stuff from 1981.
I see.
So I did. Let me finish. I did. I made my first wedding recordings when I was 15 years old. That's how I made money when I was 15 years old. So if I'm 67, then you can do the math.
I understand it. So are you suggesting that doing wedding recordings helps qualify you as an expert in a court of law for speaker identification?
No, you asked me how long I've been in this business, meaning the audio business. Correct?
Well, I'm trying to clarify what you meant when you said you've been doing this kind of work for 50 years.
I've been doing audio recording. I think the question related to critical listening at the time, but I've been doing this type of work since I was 15 years old, professional.
And in 1981 is when you transitioned into the forensic side of it?
Yes, that was shortly before that. I published my first paper in 1981 referencing voice identification and Dr. Tosi's study from Michigan State.
Dr. Tosi is a well-known advocate of spectrographic analysis, is that right?
Ye rest in peace. Yes, he was.
And that's the method that you employed?
The methods that I employed were the listening, the oral spectrographic, and the biometric.
The biometric came into play when, please?
It's been around for the last 10 or 15 years that I'm aware of.
When did you begin using biometric analysis in your work?
About 3 years ago.
And has it always been the Easy Voice Biometrics program?
No, it started out as something else. Voice Grid, I believe was the name of it at the time.
When did you begin using the particular software that you employed in this case?
For the last year and a half, 2 years.
Can you be a little more precise?
At least 2 years.
So would that make it June of 2011?
I can't say for sure. The software, the naming of it as Easy Voice was more so a marketing thing than anything else. It started off as a much larger system made in Russia for the last 15 years or so. Let me finish. They dumbed it down so they could have a product to sell with 100 or less voices. Okay, that was called Voice Grid. I don't know exactly when they first put that out. I had it probably 3 years ago, 2 or 3 years, at least 3 years ago. I went to the company and I made a suggestion, along with others, that they try to make it more Windows friendly and give it a marketable name to more reflect what it does. And that's how I came up with Easy Voice as opposed to Voice Grid. It's still sold as Voice Grid in Europe and other places.
My question, though, was when did you acquire the software that you used for your analysis in this case?
At least a year or two before I did the case.
Did you get a beta version, or did you get something that was commercially available at the time?
It was commercially available.
Did you participate in the development of the software?
No.
Do you have any background, any formal training in mathematics?
No.
Your degree from college is in history, am I correct?
That's correct.
And you hold no other advanced degrees?
No.
You claim to understand the math involved in the computer software that you used in this case?
No, I make no such claim.
Can you explain how the algorithm works that's employed by this software?
Specifically, no. I mean, that's a trade secret. I don't think they're putting that out on the street.
Well, just generally, perhaps you could explain the Gaussian component of this in more detail.
In terms of what?
Just explain what that means in the context of this software.
What that means is automatically it applies the algorithm and determines several factors, one of which is intra-speaker variability.
Are you familiar with the acronym is NIST?
Yes.
And have you submitted this software to NIST for evaluation?
I personally haven't, but the company has.
Is it your testimony today that this particular software has been submitted to NIST for evaluation?
I don't know if the one that I'm using is the one they put in for analysis, but I know that they put in their product for a NIST evaluation, and that's a matter of record.
Well, do you know how it did?
It did fairly well.
What would you describe as fairly well? Are you referring to something?
Yeah, I'm referring to the NIST document. reflecting as to how well it did. So let me just, if I may just read this.
Well, before you do, what's the name of the document and who authored it?
This is a document from NIST that was sent to Alexei Kitzroff, who's president of Speech Pro, which is the American side of Speech Technology Center.
When
And
was it?
this is these are the graphs provided by NIST to him. And if I'd like to be able to read this sentence because to answer your question.
Would you be able perhaps to email us this paper so that we could look at it with you?
It's already been sent.
Pardon me?
It was just sent recently.
Well, when did you get it?
I got it maybe a week or so ago.
And did you provide it to Mr. Manti?
Yes. Maybe 3-4 days ago. What's today, Friday? Maybe Monday.
While we're on the subject, I think you also mentioned that you had prepared a transcript of the speech that you were able to identify from the screams.
Yes.
Do you have that transcript available?
Yeah, that's what he just played.
The transcript, in my mind, is a written document that identifies the words that you were able to identify.
It's actually on the screen. When you play it in SoundForge software, it's on the screen. It comes up on the screen. And each individual yell or scream is flagged.
Are you saying that you have a written transcript that
Not-
identifies... Let me
let me-
finish. Let me finish this time, please. Do you have a written transcript that identifies what I'm calling a scream, but apparently you're calling speech, that articulates the word that you have identified for each of those screams?
Yes, it's on the file that I've recently sent.
Did you provide that to Mr. Manti?
Yes, I did.
May I look at that?
Mr. Owen, do you have to actually possess SoundForge software to see what you're talking about?
Yes.
You have to know how to use it?
To a certain extent, yes.
To your knowledge, do I possess either of those capabilities at this moment here in Sanford, Florida?
Not that I'm aware of.
So even if I wanted to give it to anyone, could I?
Yes. I can print it out and from the program and make it available.
You could print it out and mail it if you wanted to,
I could email it, yes.
but that hasn't been done.
Not yet.
Okay. Thank you.
Explain, just, we won't spend a lot of time on this because apparently you have not provided a written transcript of what you were able to identify as speech on the recording. Is that correct?
Not in the manner in which you're describing it, no.
What is the manner in which you're describing it then?
When you pull it up in SoundForge, it comes up and each scream is flagged.
Are you saying then that SoundForge is a computer program that recognizes speech?
No. It doesn't recognize speech. You type in what you think the word says, and then it appears as a flag, and it's obvious. And you can print out the list of the flags, and it tells you where they occur and what the words are that I've typed in.
So are you saying then that you conducted an analysis of this recording orally and identified each of these screams by the English word that you believe was spoken?
That's correct.
And how many separate occasions did you identify speech, as in words that you can identify?
I have a total of 10 screams, of which 2, I believe I don't have it right in front of me, of which 2, I cannot identify what's being said. So 8 total, I think.
And they were all help me or some version of that?
Yes.
Were you able to identify any other speech on the recording other than help me?
Your Honor,
No.
I could interpose at this moment. I've actually filed an objection to going too far afield on this. I think what we're entering now is outside the scope of that written objection is
No, Your Honor.
Specifically as it relates to speaker identification, those were the matters referenced in the motion, noticed for the motion, and testified about already. Otherwise, again, it's not subject to a Frye analysis under the McCoy decision. It's a decision that gets advanced if and when a transcript is alleged for juror use or presented to the court for juror use, but it's well outside the scope of the Frye hearing, which I assume is why it wasn't included in the motion.
Your Honor, I'd like to be heard on that, and it's going to take us a little while to do that. We got that motion this morning, and I'd like to talk about some of the case law and talk about the history of this case in that context. So we can do that.
Can I ask you a question, sir? Well, it might be an inconvenience, but if we were to continue this portion of your testimony, and I could take up the objections later today, and then have you available if we need you to give more testimony.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I think you said you're going to give it back to them, and then you're going to revisit me later today?
I was going to let them go forward with the matters that are not covered in the state's objection, and then I'm going to hear the state's objection and argument about that, and make a decision as to whether or not we're going to continue to look again. So are you available this afternoon?
Your Honor, I have another
We'll
suggestion.
go forward now, but then we may need to begin this afternoon. Would that be something you'd be available for?
I'm yours for the day.
I have another suggestion. We can simply proceed with the testimony, and then the court can sort it out later, whether or not it's something that should be taken into consideration in its ruling on these matters.
Then the state's going to object to each thing that's being said, and I'm going to have to make a
The overall objection, Your Honor, is that witnesses that claim to have identified speech on the recording, that prepared transcripts of that speech, the state claims is not a proper subject of this proceeding. And we believe it is for lots of reasons. And what I'd like to do with this witness is simply confirm, as he's already said, was he able to identify speech? What was that speech? And was there no other speech? And then we know what it is, and he's going to send us the actual transcript of the speech, I assume, with a marker where on the recording this speech occurred. And
State's position is twofold. And again, as a quote in written protection, that is a matter that is well outside the scope of Frye in general, because you're talking now not about speaker identification or methodology. Now you're talking about what is and is not audible on a tape, which is governed by a completely different set of case law than the Frye standard. It's not subject, as I think the McCoy case makes pretty clear, to that analysis. So that's my first objection. My second objection is we're now asking the witness to, again, go ahead and engage in this, and we would be quarreling over potentially matters which the state has not set forth as intending to present in evidence yet. The state hasn't submitted any transcript for consideration or publication to this jury, and unless and until that happens, it's something that's really not right. We're arguing about things that may never come to be. So it's premature, which is why I take it was left out of the motion, and which is why it would not be a proper subject for the motion. Long way of answering the question. I apologize.
briefly, the history of how this issue came to be. I have to sort of try to remember the sequence of events, but first of all, prior to today, we had no idea that this witness had generated a transcript where he believes he has identified speech as distinct from screams. And I'm going to talk with him before the day is over about whether he used those words that he believes he's identified as part of his analysis regarding who spoke those words or who was screaming. That's a subpart of it that relates specifically to this witness, and it is clearly involved in the Frye hearing. Mr. Manti suggests that it's premature, well, that's what Fry is. It's an opportunity for the court to hear the methodology, the application of that methodology to the specific facts of the case to render a decision whether it's admissible for the jury to hear. So that's the overall context. The history was that on sometime early in the case, Mr. Owen was identified as, I think, a B witness, maybe a C witness, not an A witness. We had conversations over the intervening months between then and now whether Mr. Owen would actually attempt to be called by the state. And recently we were told yes. There was never a commitment until within the last couple of months or so that yes. There is a witness that is subject to these proceedings today, Harry Holeen, who is from the University of Florida, who did a separate methodology. The court has that report. Where
Oh, the state's.
It's actually one of the states, yes.
Yes, yes, and that's Dr. Harry Holeen and Dr. James Harnsberger's report that basically is inconclusive, but the state is seeking to advance their opinions notwithstanding. So, and I'd have to be reminded as to the sequence of the events, but we received notice under the court's order disclosing witnesses of Dr. Holeen's involvement in the case officially sometime in late March, I think maybe by the 26th or 27th. We got a report from Dr. Holeen sometime in mid-April, 14th or 15th, somewhere around there, and then he was deposed, as Dr. Harnsberger was, near the, I think it was April 19th. We also received the name of Dr. Alan Reich, R-E-I-C-H, around that same time. We got and then we filed a motion for this Fry hearing, as I recall. And the state responded and said, no, we don't need a Fry hearing because all of this methodology has been well established for decades. And we filed a response to that. In the meantime, not until May 10th of this year did we get Dr. Reich's report, where Dr. Reich now claims that he can identify not just the speaker, but also identify speech that no other expert has identified, and apparently not even Mr. Owen has been able to identify this speech. So we got additional follow-up from Dr. Reich. We learned at his deposition on May 24th or 25th, I think it was, may even have been later than that he had done another report, and that he had done one when he was hired by the Washington Post, and he provided that to the state when they engaged him no later than July of last year. We didn't learn about that report until his deposition, which isn't complete, and in fact his work isn't complete, as we've explained to background. We're still pedaling as fast as we can just to understand what direction this is headed. And this witness has identified speech. He claims to be a voice identification expert, so I think it's only reasonable that we be able to explore what speech he claims to have identified, and frankly, to compare it with speech that other experts have claimed to identify perhaps later today. The point is that he clearly prepared a transcript, and that clearly entered into his decision as to his opinion here.
Evidence was provided, he cannot comment on another expert's testimony.
We could.
But if he has prepared, if he has the capability of preparing what you refer to as transcript, and he refers refers to some words that he's able to pull up on his computer, I could deal with that separately. And if you'll give me a moment, Mr. Owen, would it be possible for you to recreate that document and email it so the attorneys of the court can have a copy of it and go forward with your testimony?
Are you talking to me, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I can do it right now.
Okay, so how long will it take you to do it, and how are we going to provide it? Do you have somebody's email address?
I'm sorry, you cut out.
Email address?
Yes, I don't want to give my email address over national TV.
I don't want your email address. My question is, do you have one of the attorney's email address?
Yes, I can send it to Rich again right now.
Okay, if you'll send it right now, we'll get it printed out. We'll take a few-minute recess. The attorneys will have an ability to review it, and we can go on with that aspect with it. But
All right,
as
show.
evidence, do not allow any expert to comment on another expert's report.
Well, I think we can do that in the context of a Fry hearing. I agree it may be more limited before the jury if any of this evidence winds up being admitted, but that's...
Why don't we do this in this step process? Let's go ahead and get that email to Mr. Manti, get it printed out, have counsel in the court the ability to review it, and then we can move on to the next.
And while we're at it, the document that Mr. Owen refers to from NIST, we'd like to have that too.
The ability to fax or email the NIST document that you refer to Mr. Manti?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you will do that also.
Yes, sir. Yes, I will.
Kind of stand by with us. We'll give the opportunity for it to be printed out and for the attorneys to look at it.
That's fine.
Your Honor, if I may, just one last time in response to what you just said, we are now going to be talking about sort of product, not methodology. We are now discussing their opinion as to what may have been done, as opposed to anything that's covered in the motion, where they want to know about methodologies as it relates to the identity of the person making the noise, whatever it is, as opposed to going line by line or word by word through what any person, this expert, another expert, Dr. Wright, anybody else might think. Again, that's why that would dramatically open and put in unfamiliar territory the scope of a hearing like this. This is designed about methodologies, not...
I don't know what documents that are going to be emailed to you or what they refer, what they're going to indicate. That's why I'm having an email, take a recess, that's what will happen. We'll be able to have a discussion hopefully about that, maybe we can work that out, come back.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Judge.
So before we recess, all that. Please be seated. We're back on the record. Did both sides have an opportunity to review the information that was emailed by Mr. Owen?
Still awaiting it, it seems, Your Honor.
We're ready.
No, Your Honor, it's being printed and copied as we speak. It did arrive.
Well, I guess I'm a little premature.
Can you email that to me now that you have it? Okay.
No. Stand by, we're going to have to get the audio fixed again. Discovered that somebody just turned the volume all the way down. So. Yeah, I don't know.
You good?
Now? Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
How about now? Speak again, sir.
Testing, 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 testing,
Okay.
testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Okay.
Is it working?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Manti, I think we're up and running. Have we received?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Owen, we're still waiting to print out the documents that you emailed, so bear with us for a moment.
Hi, John.
Feed the microphone near your speakers. Okay, that's what I want to fix. We'll do it. Thanks. Thank you, sir.
There's a little feedback coming through.
We're working on it.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Sunshine, answer the phone.
While we're waiting on that, let us just go forward with the rest of the questioning, Mr. West, if you will. The court has had still want to give the parties the opportunity to look at what Mr. Owen was talking about, but I think that the state's objection is well taken. We're not here to determine or to evaluate the results, but we're here to determine the methodology and whether that is new and novel. So you could go ahead and question Mr. Owen in that regard.
Your Honor, we have not had a full and fair hearing on this issue.
We're not finished with the hearing.
On the issue of the state's objection, I outlined some of the predicate for it, but we never addressed the legal issues or the argument, and we don't have the material from the witness in order for us to develop that.
We're not finished with the witness, and I don't want to sit here and wait for however long it happens when we can move on and hear some of the other testimony. But perhaps we need an understanding here is what your interpretation of a Fry hearing is. A Fry hearing is to determine whether or not the methodology used is new and novel, or if it's generally accepted in the scientific community.
Well, the court is taking Mr. Manti's word that this isn't new or novel without giving us an opportunity to develop it.
Mr. West, I haven't even finished listening to what this witness has to testify to, and I'm sure that there are other witnesses who who are going to be called. So the court hasn't made any determination yet as to whether or not the methodology was new and novel. I've heard from one expert yesterday. We're in the middle of Mr. Owens, and as I said, I suspect I'm going to hear from more. What I'm saying is that the definition of a Fry hearing is whether or not the methodology used is new and novel, and if it's generally accepted in the scientific community. And I'm asking you to continue with your cross-examination of Mr. Owen in that regard. So please go forward.
I'm happy to go forward, Judge. I do want the court, though, to keep in mind, looking at the Ramirez 3 test in the Florida Supreme Court, explaining.
I have an entire, sorry about the feedback. I have an entire file of all the research of all the cases, so I am aware of it, and we will go over that when we have argument about it. But right now, I would like to go on with the testimony of the witnesses, and then when we're finished with the testimony, I will gladly hear whatever argument you want to make for both sides.
Very well, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Owen, you are forwarding to us the report you referred to by NIST. That's what we haven't gotten yet. Did you send that?
It was sent in the original email, so you should have it.
And do you know if NIST's evaluation of the software was based on screams?
I don't know how they conducted their analysis.
But we'll take a look then at the report when we get it from you. You did not participate in the submission of this software to NIST, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know, indeed, whether your version of the Easy Voice biometric software was submitted?
I don't know exactly what they submitted. I'm out of that loop.
What is the version that you have, that you used in this case?
It's the latest version.
Right, what is it? What's the version?
Number you want? The number? I gotta pull it up. One. 1.0.218.490.
And what's its release date?
I don't know any, I can't recall what its exact release date.
And when did you acquire this particular version?
This particular version I got, actually this is the one I used on the case, so I've had this one for a while.
Right, defined for a while. When did you get the version that you used on the case?
2 or 3 years ago.
So you're saying that it's not been updated since you got it?
No, I'm sorry, I misspoke. The first version that I had is not this version that I have right here. Okay, the first version that I had was the beta version of Easy Voice, and then I've received this one probably maybe a year or so ago.
Well,
I can't really recall. If you're asking me questions I can't answer.
you're advocating the use of this software in forensic settings, am I correct?
For voice, yes.
Well, let's talk about the beta version. When did you get the beta version and begin to use it in forensic work?
The very first version was probably, in terms of Easy Voice, was Voice Grid. It was called Voice Grid. I got that about 3 years ago.
That's Voice Grid, you said?
Voice Grid, yes.
And are you testifying that what the software you have that you used in this case is the same software with some upgrades? Or is
Well, let me explain, because I explained this once before. The difference between Easy Voice and Voice Grid is the faceplate to make it more Windows friendly. The algorithms are essentially exactly the same.
Do you know?
To be easier to use. That's the purpose of calling it Easy Voice.
How do you know that the algorithms are the same?
That's what I was told by the company, the manufacturer.
And what company manufactured it?
Speech Technology Center,
Where are they located?
St. Petersburg, Russia.
Did you buy it directly from them?
I bought from the American representative,
So who did you buy it from?
Speech Pro.
When did you buy it from Speech Pro?
You know, that's the third time you asked me that question, and I'm going to give you the same answer. I can't really recall exactly. It's at least 3 years.
Are you aware of the Easy Voice Biometrics website?
I'm aware of Tracer Technology. They're the distributor of the product.
Are you aware of the Easy Voice website that announced the release of the Easy Voice software on March 8th, 2012?
Yeah, sure. But I own the URL.
Tell me about that, please. Do you have you own the URL for what?
Well, when I came up with the idea of making the product more Windows friendly, I came up with, let's give it a marketing name, like Easy Voice or something like that people could identify with. And so I got a URL. These days, nobody copyrights anymore. They just go out and get a URL. So I got a URL for Easy Voice Biometrics, Easy Pro Audio, Easy, 5 or 6 Easies that I went out and acquired URLs on with the anticipation of, I really didn't know exactly what I was going to call it, but I had a pretty good idea. So I went ahead and acquired those URLs.
Well, was Easy Voice Biometrics the name that you chose for the software?
Yes, I did.
And do you have a financial interest in the company?
Yes, I do it outside with the Tracer Technology.
Explain to the court your financial interest in Easy Voice Biometrics.
I paid a small commission on whatever they sell. Well, how many ever Easy Voices?
Explain how that contractual relationship developed and when you began to receive commissions on the sale of this software.
The contractual relationship developed by me telling them about the idea, bringing Tracer Technology into the as the distribution arm. That all happened, I think, about, I don't know exactly, I don't have it in front of me, maybe a year or two ago.
Are you aware of a release of this software under Easy Voice Biometrics trade name in March of 2012?
That could be possible. I'm not sure.
What is your financial relationship with the distributor of this Easy Voice Biometric software?
Can I just answer that question?
No, tell me exactly how much money you make when one of these programs is sold.
I make a small percentage of what they sell it for and what they make after expenses.
Please
And varies.
Please explain how that works, how much it costs, who gets what, including you.
And how is that relevant?
Would the witness be directed to answer the question, please?
Yes, there's no objection, sir, so you need to provide an answer. I said you need to answer the question, sir.
Okay. What's the question again?
Could
Repeat the
we?
question.
Well, I can say it again if you'd like. I want to know what your financial interest is in this software that you used.
I get a small commission on units sold of Easy Voice Biometrics.
Who sells the units?
Tracer Technology in Pennsylvania.
Do you have any financial interest in Tracer Technology?
No, I do not.
Tracer Technology pays you a percentage of the sales price? Is that how it's calculated?
It's a commission.
And how much is the software?
The list price is $4,999.
Is it sometimes discounted? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you participate in marketing and actively selling the software?
Only in the respect that I teach the application of the software to students and other interested parties who call me and ask questions about it.
So, in other words, you have the ability to represent the company and actually enter into a sales agreement with a customer?
Well, I don't sell anything directly. I'm only as a consultant. If they have a problem or if they have an issue about what kind of material or what application they're going to use it on, I'll be happy to talk to them. Most of the time, everything is taken care of in Pennsylvania with Tracer Technology. They're the distributing arm, and they answer the questions and do whatever services necessary.
What is your commission?
My commission is usually after they pay the company for the software, and they pay their expenses and all that. Whatever's left, we split.
When you say they pay the company for the software, who is they and who's...
Tracer Technologies pays Speech Pro for the software, license the software.
And do you know how much that is?
They sell it for after the expenses and so forth are taken out, then we split whatever's left.
Tracer Technology buys the software from Speech Pro, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you have no stake in Speech Pro?
No.
You have no financial interest in Speech Pro?
No.
Tracer Technologies is the marketing arm, is that fair to say?
Yes, if you want to buy this software, that's where you go.
Mm-hmm. And how much does Tracer pay for the software that you sell?
They usually pay a certain amount, and if they're going to do large sales or sales to governments, they work it out with Speech Pro as to maybe if somebody's going to buy multiple copies, they'll give them a discount, and it's a typical business relationship. I'm not involved with that.
Are you saying that you don't know?
I don't know exactly. Theoretically, it's half, but sometimes it's less.
Are you saying then that Tracer Technology pays Sound Pro about half of the retail price?
Yeah, something like that.
Is that a fixed amount or does that vary?
Well, it's usually half of what they actually sell it for, not the list price.
Let me give you an example then. If you sell the software for $5,000, under this formula, Tracer pays Sound Pro $2,500?
Yes, theoretically, yes.
And if they, well, yes or no?
Well, it's yes if it doesn't involve any kind of discount situation or multiple purchase or anything like that. If it's just a one-time sale at list price, then what you say is correct.
Otherwise, there's some sort of formula by which the wholesale price is determined?
Yes.
And then whatever that price turns out to be between Tracer and Sound Pro is subtracted from the price that the customer pays, and then you and Tracer split the difference?
No, I think no. We pay for the software, then we whatever our expenses are on our end are taken out, and then Tracer and I split whatever's left. So it's a net number.
Right.
Okay, and the variables will determine what the net number ends up being.
Well, let's say then that you sell one of these programs for $5,000. What would you typically net?
Well, theoretically on paper, it would cost $2,500, more or less $2,500. then that would mean there's $2,500 left, and there's certain expenses and so forth. And then Tracer and I would just split whatever's left down there.
Well, typically, how much is that?
It depends on, it varies.
Of course it may, but typically, how much are we talking about?
Well, typically it's not really sold at this price because many customers are law enforcement and other people like that, and they're discounted to a certain extent, or they're buying multiple copies.
What was the last sale you were involved in?
I wasn't involved in any sales. I don't do that. I'm not a tracer. I have nothing to do with that. You'd have to ask them.
Have you derived any income from the sale of the software that you've testified about today?
Yes.
How much?
Over the last 2.5 years, 3 years, I've derived about $5,000. I don't make much money.
But you do make some money every time one of these programs is sold?
Yes.
How many sales would your income of $5,000 represent?
You'd have to ask them. I can't tell you exactly. I mean, they told me, and I have it somewhere in writing, but I don't have it here, and I don't.
You have just a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you sell any units after the Orlando Sentinel?
Judge, he's already testified he doesn't sell any and hasn't sold any.
I haven't heard the rest of the question yet, so let me hear the question.
I'll be a little more precise. Are you aware of any of the software by Easy Voice Biometrics being sold after your published use of it in the Orlando Sentinel last year?
Yes.
And when you went on national television to talk about this case, you promoted the use of this software in forensic purposes. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, I promote the software because I believe in it, and I like being able to use it.
So every time one of these programs is sold, even if it wasn't directly as a result of your efforts or your contacts, you do receive some part of the commission.
Well, that's the plan.
I believe you testified that this particular software evolved out of the medical community rather than the forensic community. Is that right?
No. What I testified was multi-speech, which is a different program, was written primarily for the medical community, and it was co-opted into Voice ID in 1985.
I thought you said that the forensic speaker ID community co-opted the software from the medical community.
Yeah, but not Easy Voice. I was referring to multi-speech, which is a different program.
Okay. Did you describe generally that the science behind Easy Voice Biometrics is an automated spectrograph?
It performs 3 functions: spectrographic functions, pitch functions, and what they refer to as Gaussian functions, which to me is just a different word for intra-speaker variability.
Did you do any separate spectrographic analysis in this case other than what the software did as part of the Easy Voice Biometrics?
Oh, sure, I did. I ran all of I ran spectrograms, and I ran pitch, and I did all that separately in multi-speech, which is what we're referring to as the old technology, older
Is that part of preparing the samples for use in the software?
Well, it's part of, when I do a voice ID case, it's part of any case that I do. I always do the oral spectrographic methodology as well as the biometric methodology.
So let's talk specifically about what you did to prepare the voice samples for use in the Easy Voice biometric software. Once you received the sample from the Orlando Sentinel, what was your first step?
My first step was to listen to it. My second step was to target them and take out all of the screams, usable screams, and place them in a file by themselves without anybody else talking or without any spaces in between.
Let me stop you there. So you attempted to isolate the sound that you've called screams to eliminate masking and overlapping and other things that might be otherwise on the recording?
That's correct.
And were you able to do that?
Sure.
And what did you do next?
Then I listened to the screams, and at that time, the only thing that we had is the other 911 call from with Zimmerman's voice on it. Okay. So I did a pitch analysis on Zimmerman's voice of him talking, and
Was your pitch analysis oral?
both oral and I did it through multi-speech.
Multi-speech is software that's commercially available?
Yes.
And what's its purpose?
Its purpose, its real purpose, is in the medical community to determine lots of things having to do with the throat and the articulation of our lips and our ears. Our lips and our septum and our tongue and all the parts that make up speech and perform and articulate speech. And the way it's used in hospitals is, like I said before, they would take spectrograms of someone saying a certain word phrases before an operation on their jaw, on their cleft palate, on their accident reconstruction. They would do that, and then they would try to do it after the surgery to see their percent of improvement.
How did this program assist you in your speaker identification process?
Well, it performs all the functions in the voice community that they're necessary in the voice community. It does the speech analysis. It computes the numbers for you. It prints out what those numbers are. So it takes the voice, whatever you give it, and it tells you statistically how it measures up.
How it measures up to what?
To the normal human voice. So if my normal pitch is 130 hertz per second, and George Zimmerman is 140, and you're 150 or something like that, it will give you that information.
And how was that of value to you in this case to identify the pitch of Mr. Zimmerman's voice?
Well, that was we had at the time. We had him. We could identify his pitch from the first 911 call, and then we could take his pitch and look to see at the pitch of the screaming. Okay, and I explained before, in order to determine that, you take the modulation of the screams, slice it like an orange, spectrographically, make a measurement between where the formats lay, distance between each format, and you come up with a number, and then you compare the two. Then the second time I did this was after the Orlando Sentinel thing, and then the reenactment came out, and then I got the reenactment of him saying, "Help me," and "Help me," and "Help me," and then that was the second stage of the analysis. Okay, and that's what you have today. You have both of them.
So the multi-speech was used to process the speech that was ultimately put in the Easy Voice biometrics software?
Yes.
Did you alter the speech? Did you change the pitch or do anything to it?
Yes, I electronically raised Zimmerman up to the point where the screams occur from a frequency standpoint.
So if I understand,
And I compare him, like I said before, at his normal voice, up 3 semitones, up 4 semitones, up 6 semitones, or 3, I think, yeah, 3, 4, and 6 semitones, which is basically, I have to step up, music on a musical scale. Think of it as like a guitar, and the steps, the frets, represent the half step, the next half step up or down. And so that's what a semitone is. And this is, as I already testified, this was a study that I did in 1985, presented at a conference. Back then, in those days, there was an issue of people using pitch transposers to make fraudulent calls and order stuff and stuff like that. It still goes on today, but not as much. And there was I had several cases where I had to try to decode that sort of thing.
but let me understand first of all what your methodology is. That's what I'm focusing on for the moment. So you took part of Mr. Zimmerman's voice, either from the non-emergency call he made or to the attempt at reenactment, isolated certain parts of that speech, and then raised the pitch before you put it in the Easy Voice biometric software?
Yes, I put that speech in without raising anything, and then I elevated it electronically so it would be in the same pitch range as the screens.
In other words, you altered the exemplar speech to more closely match the unknown speech?
Initially, no, I didn't have any exemplar speech. That was the second. That was after he did the reenactment. And yes, I had the bass. He had the bass. He had one that's been elevated 3 semitones, 4 semitones, 6 semitones. Okay.
Can you cite any research or studies that discuss that method in speaker identification?
I told you I did a study in 1985 and made a videotape of it and presented it at a conference.
Right. I'm talking about anyone other than yourself.
I've not been able to find any papers specifically about that sort of study.
Are you aware of any studies that support speaker identification when the unknown sample is screaming?
Nothing I'm aware of. I don't think it's been done other than what I did in '85. I also did it for a plane crash issue where people were screaming. That was about 5 years ago.
You acknowledge, though, that the samples that you used to attempt to identify the speaker were speech samples of someone screaming.
Well, I had to, that's the whole purpose of the exercise. You have to be able to compare a known and an unknown. The known is George Zimmerman. The unknown is the person screaming on the tape.
Are you aware of studies and research that support speaker identification through the comparison of screams to normal speech or near normal speech?
I have not personally seen any studies. I don't even know if that's ever been done in this respect.
After you listened to the 911 call and extracted what you believe were, did you say 10 screams?
Yes.
Was that your voice sample that you used, 10 separate screams?
Yes, that's what I was able to get from that tape before the shot.
And how much, what was the duration of those 10 screams altogether?
About 7 seconds.
So after distilling all of the screams, well, let me back up. Did you capture all of the speech or screams on the recording that you could identify?
Yes, I captured all the screams on the recording that were audible.
I'm sorry, you captured all of the screams that were audible?
Yes.
Did you capture all of the speech that was audible other than the 911 operator or the person on the phone?
I'm sorry. Initially, sure. I have I have the entire phone call with the exception of the redacted portion. Is that what you're referring to? What other?
Well, I'm trying to understand, as you talked earlier about having a transcript of the speech on the recording, and I'm asking, did you capture all of the recorded speech other than the 911 operator and the speaker on the phone?
Relative to the screen, correct?
Did you hear other words being spoken on the recording that you didn't include in your sample?
No.
So once you had those samples, and you said altogether it's about 7 seconds, is that correct?
That's correct.
I believe you said earlier that you want 16 seconds of speech. Is that right?
Well, that's the software would like to see 16 seconds. If you put in 7 seconds, the software comes back and tells you the sample's not long enough.
All right. So if you
Let me
put,
finish.
if
Let me finish.
sure.
So I doubled up. Okay, I repeated the audio twice, and then the program accepted it and ran the analysis using the thing repeated twice.
Are you aware of any studies or research or peer reviews of this software using that method that you just described, where you entered less than enough speech by doubling up?
Wait a second, you just misspoke. You don't enter less speech by doubling up. You increase the speech by doubling up.
So if I say hello, and then I say it, and then you tape that and play it 16 times in a row, are you saying that is 16 seconds of speech that's appropriate for your software?
No, not the, as far as doubling up, what effect that has, it only allows it gives the program enough information to be able to make a decision.
So in other words, unless you had actually taken the recordings and looped them, the machine would have rejected this sample as being insufficient for analysis.
The program will not run the biometric analysis the first time I gave it to 6 seconds or 7 seconds, whatever it was. And the screen comes up and tells you that. And so, in talking with the company, I said, well, is there a problem with doubling up? Or if you have more words, adding more words. We didn't have any more words, so we had to go with what we had.
All right, so who did you...
I doubled up and went to the program accepted it to do the analysis.
Because it thought there was more speech than in fact what there was.
Well, it knows there's more speech because it's being able to analyze it.
So you could have done it 3 or 4 times, and it would have thought there was 3 or 4 times as much speech.
Well, it only needs what it needs. But the maximum is 96 seconds, so you don't want to put any more than 96 seconds.
So when you realized there was a problem with the speech sample in this case, separate from all of the other problems that might exist with the speech sample, it simply wasn't long enough for the machine to do its work. Is that correct?
It wasn't long enough for the machine to be able to do comparison.
All right, so...
It had longer speed.
Right, so at that point, you decided to contact someone from the company to ask what to do in that situation?
Well, bear in mind, I've been using this company's software for almost 15 years. Okay, so
Excuse me, I mean to interrupt, but I thought you said that you had this software a year, maybe 2.
I say my relationship with this company, with the other software, goes back 15 years. So I had somebody to call, and they're noted as one of the top people in the field of speech.
Who is that, please?
Speech technologists.
Right. Who is the person that you contacted that you consider one of the top people in speech technology?
Well, it varied. There's two
Who-
Eugenes.
who
There's
did-
2 Eugenes in Russia that I talked to.
Who did you talk to about this
Let me
case?
finish my answer. I talked to Alexei Kitrov to other people at that company, whose names I can't always remember. And so I've talked to maybe 10 people at that company over the years about a myriad of problems.
All right, so it sounds like, though, in this case, you had a problem because your speech sample was too short and you wanted to talk to somebody that knew what they were talking about to see if you could still do the analysis. Is that fair?
Knew the program.
Right. And who did you talk to about the problem in this case?
I talked to, I believe it's Eugene, and there was two Eugenes. There was the first guy that used to be the salesperson, and then there was the second guy that used to be, that is the current salesperson. I believe his last name is Landy, but I'm not 100% sure about that.
All right, so you didn't talk to one of the speech scientists. You talked to their salesman?
I did talk to the speech. They are speech scientists. I
Tell-
also spoke to several people who actually worked in that department, whose names that I can't pronounce. Remember, they're all in St. Petersburg, Russia. So,
Do they speak English?
most of them.
All right, so what I'd like to know, Mr. Owen, is you've got this software and it's telling you the speech sample is too short. And you are saying today that as a result, you contacted the company that developed the software and asked them whether you could double the length of the unknown speech by simply repeating it, and whether or not that would be acceptable in their industry and acceptable science?
Well, I didn't say, but I didn't ask them whether it was acceptable in their industry or acceptable science.
Is it your opinion
They
that
said,
it...
they said that that would be permissible, and
Who said that?
various people, the two Eugenes that I mentioned.
Do you have a note?
Eugenes with other people that I talked to there that I don't know personally, that
Do you-
I haven't met.
Do you have a note of this conversation, the name of the person you talked with, their credentials, and any research or studies that would support the notion that you can simply take an insufficient quantity of speech and loop it till you get to enough seconds to put it in the machine?
Well, you can contact the place yourself.
Well, would you agree this is a pretty new approach then, even to this software? Had you ever done it before?
Yes.
When did you do it
Not
before?
this software, but I have repeated.
When did you...
It's a common thing to use this type of, for example, the listening part, where the tape that was played earlier is exactly what we're talking about here.
Okay, but I'm talking about something very specific. You've never done this before with this software.
I didn't say that.
Well, tell me,
That's not what I said. You're misconstruing my testimony.
have you ever done this before by looping the unknown samples until you got enough duration to put it in the machine using this particular software?
I never had a program before that put a flag up on the screen that said you need a larger sample. So when that issue became an issue, then I went around and talked to different people and tried different things and arrived at a conclusion.
So I guess you're saying no. You've never done this before.
Not my testimony.
You've never, well, I'm asking you, have you ever done this before using this software, meaning looped the unknown language to extend the length?
No, it was never an issue.
So this is brand new stuff, isn't it?
Brand new stuff about looping is new.
And do you have any authority, scientific studies, peer review research, or even from the company itself that approves of this new and novel approach to this biometric software?
I don't know what they have on their website. I can't really address that issue.
Well, had you done all of that prior to releasing your results to the Orlando Sentinel or to CNN?
Yes.
You have no notes of indicating who or when you spoke to somebody in Russia?
I speak to people in Russia and New York all the time.
Mm-hmm. So you need 16 seconds, and you found about 7, is that right? 7 or 8?
They recommended the 16 seconds.
Right, and how much did...
It really used less time.
What-
Sometimes it truncates. You can put 20 seconds or 50 seconds into it, and it will truncate it as to exactly how much time it needs to use.
Well, am I correct that according to the marketing videos, it truncates it because it analyzes it and attempts to identify enough speech for analysis,
Yes,
the suitable speech.
yes.
So in this case, you want 16 seconds. And is that because you want it phonetically balanced and you want enough different words spoken that you have a reasonable basis for comparison?
Well, for example, with what you just said about it truncates it, if you look at the Easy Voice sheet that you were sent, it actually truncated the 911 screen tape to 4 seconds.
Okay, let me understand that then. When you did your extraction and came up with your 10 screams initially, that was 7 or 8 seconds? Sort of, okay. And you knew that was half or maybe less than half of the recommended speech sample, minimum speech sample.
You keep calling the 16 seconds the minimum speech sample. That's the recommended length. Okay, that would be the recommended length. It doesn't say to you, you can absolutely not use anything less than 16 seconds.
What is the minimum amount of speech that is required for a reliable analysis under all of the conditions that we've talked about already?
Well, 20 words is the minimum amount of speech. And that's been in place for the last 50 years.
Okay.
Okay, so we have, if you counted the words, you have about 14 words just in the one 7-second, 8-second section.
And how many of those words are help?
The second scream is I need help. The third scream is help. The fourth scream is help. And then I think I hear me, but I'm not positive. The fifth scream is help. The sixth scream is I want help. The seventh scream, I can't tell what's being said. The eighth scream, I can't tell what's being said. The ninth scream is help. And the 10th scream is help right before the gunshot.
So do you think then that the 20-word minimum means the same word repeated over and over? Or are you looking for something phonetically balanced?
Well, it's repeated once, okay? And then evidently it's offering enough material to the program because the program comes back and says, okay, now what you put into me is okay, but I'm only going to use 4 seconds of it. Now the program makes that, according to what you just said, the program makes that choice.
Let me ask it this way. The program told you that only 4 seconds could be considered for analysis. Not that it just needs 4 seconds. Is that correct?
No, that's not. I think you're inaccurate.
So your testimony is that the machine only needs 4 seconds?
The machine is comparing 4 seconds of screams against 6 seconds of George Zimmerman doing the reenactment, speaking in his normal voice.
Can you identify which 4 seconds the machine chose?
No, I can't do that for this.
And the machine said it's going to use 4 seconds, but it selected 4 seconds from your sample that you entered twice, that you doubled up, correct?
That's correct.
So you don't know if it was 4 seconds sampled from 4 different screams, or the same scream sampled twice for 2 seconds.
It samples the whole file.
You just don't know the answer. Can you explain anything about the algorithm that would be used to make those kinds of distinctions?
Well, the 3 algorithms that are used within the software.
Can you explain those, please, for the court, what they are and how they might be used to distinguish in a speaker identification matter such as this, when you have a very short speech of poor quality that is far less than the 16 seconds, and that you don't have 20 different or 20 articulable words of normal speech or comparable speech to use?
Okay, there's like 3 or 4 questions there. Let's go back and start at the first one. And now I've forgotten the first one.
Well,
There's 3 questions there. I can only do one at a time. So
Well,
let's go back to the first question. Let me answer that. Then I'll answer the second question. And then I'll answer your third question.
okay. Do I need to
Ask me the first question again.
I don't remember it either at this point. So why don't we do it this way? Can you explain, based upon science, how the algorithm would make those distinctions that you've just described?
The algorithms, there are 3 that I'm aware of. They do the spectrogram, they do the pitch, and they do the intra-speaker variability. They do a statistical analysis, and then they come up with a likelihood ratio.
Do you have any background or training that would enable you to know if it's working correctly or not under circumstances like this?
Yes, I've done tests.
I'm talking about background or training in
I am not a code writer. I did not write the algorithms. I use other programs. I'm pretty good at it, but I don't know how they do what they do.
okay. You had made comments before, earlier in your direct testimony, that the NSA, the Department of Defense, and the CIA uses this type of software, generally speaking. Is that what you said?
Yeah, biometric software.
Do you know of any of those agencies that are using the version of Easy Voice Biometrics that you used in this case?
Well, I was just told recently that 2 were sold to the NCIS, which is the Navy's intelligence division.
So is it your testimony that the NCIS is using this biometric software, Easy Voice Biometrics, for speaker identification?
That's what I was told.
And are you aware of it being used in a forensic setting?
You mean they just bought it? I don't know. I don't know exactly.
You don't know what their purpose would be. Typically, I think this software is designed to take a large number of unknown voices and try to narrow down that with the known speaker to see, to eliminate some people. That's basically how it's used?
That's correct. That's that's the focus of their big systems. Like I said, Easy Voice is a distant relation to the big systems. The company has them implemented in Mexico and other countries, and just like we do with our NSA and CIA, thousands of phone calls and verbal transmissions at a time to try to eliminate. It would be impossible to try to do this manually. So they need to do it statistically and on a computer to enable them to eliminate other people, to possibly track people by their voice and so forth. And it's not uncommon, and it's been in use for a long time at those agencies.
Okay, so let's talk though specifically about your analysis in this case. Once you prepared the sample, were there any other steps other than what you've said?
Well, I prepared the sample. I ran through the various methodology, both the old methodology and the biometric methodology, and of course the critical listening. And that's when I made the finding that I did.
All right, so
let me finish. I had no sound of Trayvon Martin, so I couldn't do him. I had nothing to compare it to.
all right, so are you saying that you actually applied 3 separate methodologies on the issue of speaker identification here?
Yes, we always do. Most people do.
Well, so you did your own spectrogram or spectrograph analysis of the speech in this case?
Yes.
And do you have those recordings?
Sure, I have a report.
Where are they?
They've already been sent to Mr. Manta.
Explain that again to me.
They've already been sent to Mr. Manta.
And identify what it is that you're specifically saying.
Well, you have to prepare the tapes for Easy Voice. They have to be with no spaces in between the words and no spaces at the end or at the beginning. They should all be, if possible, on the same amplitude and so forth. So the tapes are prepared before they get put into Easy Voice. That's not the case with the tapes that we have made for the multi-speech program. They're prepared and
I guess what I'm getting at, did you do a separate spectrograph analysis of the recording other than what was done through the Easy Voice biometric software?
yeah,
And did you preserve those spectrograms?
I think, well, some of them I've already sent to Mr. Manti, and other ones I probably still have.
Your Honor, we would like to have those, please. I don't believe we've seen any of that.
Mr. Manti, do you?
So we can
I would
move on
assume
while
that
they...
This is a spectrograph, so I'm not sure what else we're talking about. If we could be a little more specific, that would be great for you.
Is, Mr. Owen, what you had just emailed today, is that the spectrograph from your independent spectrograph examination?
No, Your Honor. Those are waveforms and other materials that no spectrographs were included in that particular email. Previous emails, like in the PowerPoint demonstration that I provided and some other things, contain some of the spectrograms.
So that would be the ones that have already been submitted.
I'm sorry, I'm not aware of any PowerPoint presentation either.
Are they either one of these?
Yes, it is both of those. It's the same thing that council got.
Would you like, these were provided to the court along with the report.
Sure, I'll take a look. This I've seen. And these I have not. So I would like to have a copy of those if we might.
You can have these.
Oh, thank you. Okay, Mr. Owen, I'm looking at a couple of, well, let's just mark them so we can talk about them like that.
Sure, we'll mark them as Defense Exhibit A for this, well, actually, we had one.
Yes.
So this will be Defense Exhibit A for the Fry hearing.
Could we make them separately?
That way I can refer to them by exhibit.
Yes, you may. The first page right there, Trish, the one closest to you will be A, the second one will be B.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. I'm looking at what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit A. So let me see if I can show it to you over the camera and see if you can tell me what we're talking about. Can you see that?
I don't see, I just see you.
Does that help?
Yeah, I can't read anything, but I can tell what it is. That's basically a waveform of four or five, I can't really see, different recordings. Probably, and I mean, I'm hypothesizing here because I can't read it, but they're probably the elevation, electronic elevation of Zimmerman's voice, two semitones, three semitones, four semitones.
This is as you raise the pitch of the voice?
Yes, that's correct.
Is this done through Easy Voice?
No, that's done through SoundForge.
So this is not the spectrogram?
No, that's not the right thing.
Is there a separate spectrogram that you provided or could provide?
Sure.
Okay. And what is, in your analysis, what is the purpose of that spectrogram or the spectrographic analysis, please?
What is the purpose of it?
Yes.
How visual representation, energy, frequency of the voice that you're analyzing.
Is it your position or your opinion that the spectrographic analysis is still a good method to use for speaker identification?
Absolutely.
And did you use that in reaching your opinion in this case?
Yes.
You talked a moment about aural spectrograph, I think. Is that a combination of the spectrograph combined with listening, or?
Oh, yeah, there's a paper, a 60-page paper that I've already sent there called the Oral Spectrographic Method, which a friend of mine and I published in 1996, which addresses this issue very carefully. And that is listening and looking are the two most important things with doing this analysis of the voice.
Okay, so let's stop there. So are you saying that in this case your methodology for your opinions were based in part on the aural spectrographic analysis?
Always both. Now that I have Easy Voice, I do it both ways. And I did it both ways in this case.
So what are the standards, the speech standards for the aural spectrographic methodology? How much speech do you need? Does stress or screaming play any part in that? And what's the actual process of analyzing speech under aural spectrographic analysis?
Well, there's actually a set of standards that are published on my website. You can download those for yourself.
Why don't you tell us in summary?
Let me finish. They're not current. We're in the process. We are meeting the group from the American College of Forensic Examiners. They're in the process of updating those standards because they reference equipment and other things that are out of date and so forth, no longer available.
Well, let's talk though.
We have that to look for. We also have my 12 steps procedure methodology, which has been published in a number of magazines and which I've been teaching for a long time. And,
here's my question. Here's my question. My question is just tell us what you used, what standards you used in this case, what the standards are that you tried to apply, and then whether you had to deviate from any of those standards to do your aural spectrographic analysis.
Okay. Maybe 3 or 4 questions this time, so let's go back to the first question. What's the first question again?
What are the standards that you use in conducting an aural spectrographic analysis?
Okay, let's stop there. If you go back and you read my papers and you read the standards that are published, it tells you what the standards are.
Right. So,
Second question.
No, tell me, for example, how much speech do you need before you would attempt an aural spectrographic analysis under your standards?
standards calls for, to make a positive IDR elimination, 20 words.
And
It also calls for a certain amount of clarity in the recording itself.
right, and you did not have 20 words in this case.
That's correct.
So how were you able to do that then if you didn't have your minimum amount of speech?
I can't make a positive ID or a positive elimination. I have to make it probable or highly probable.
In other words, you had to either abandon your standard or devise a new approach for this case.
No, it's not a new approach. It's been in place for a long time. The idea is if you don't have, in many cases, don't have 20 words, so especially 911 calls. So it's 20 words to make for good evidence, really good evidence. This is not really good evidence. So the next step down is 10 words. Can you make a positive ID or elimination with 10 words? No, I don't. And I didn't make a positive ID or elimination in this case. I made a probable elimination that it was not George Zimmerman on making the calls or making the screens.
All right, so you did not have enough speech sample, including length or number of words, to do your standard oral spectrographic analysis. Is that correct?
That's incorrect. I did not have enough words to do a positive elimination or identification. I can't say it's positively not George Zimmerman because I don't have enough words.
I'm talking now about the oral spectrographic analysis.
That's exactly what I'm talking
Okay, so with that method, you are unable to reach a conclusion.
No, I reached a conclusion that it's probable and not positive.
Probable what? Are you saying that based on your...
Yes, probable, no. There's three, even Dr. Sony said this yesterday, there's three things that you can arrive at. You can positive, yes or no, probable, yes or no, no decision.
And maybe I missed it. You're saying in this case, what?
In this case, my final decision is that it's probable that it is not George Zimmerman doing the screaming.
And do you quantify that in any way?
What do you mean quantify? It's probable that, first off, I don't have enough words to say positive. And secondly, I'm getting the backup from the biometric program that's telling me, by giving me a likelihood ratio with the green dot, if you look at the chart, telling me that is in doing the test in reverse, telling me that that is George Zimmerman when I used his own voice. And the only thing he didn't, where it wasn't George Zimmerman, were the screams. So it's George Zimmerman at various frequencies up to the scream frequency, but yet the screams are not George Zimmerman at all. That's what I'm saying.
Sorry that I'm confused on this. Using the oral spectrographic method, which involves the use of a spectrograph and listening, is that right?
That's correct.
You were not able to reach an opinion conclusively.
Again, that's your testimony.
All right.
My testimony is that because of the limitation of the number of words, I can reach a conclusion. I just can't say positive yes or no.
Did you compare listening-wise? Did you match up screams from the recording with known voice samples of Mr. Zimmerman and pair them up and listen to them back to back or side by side?
Yes.
How did you do that?
By listening to the screams and the ones that are audible, whatever good, fairly audible, of help me and so forth. And there are several. And then compare that to him saying help me on his exemplar, the reenactment exemplar.
So the reenactment exemplar, would you agree, was not done under the same level of emotion as the screams on the 911 call?
That's correct.
You couldn't call that a comparable exemplar.
Well, that's correct. It was
Are you aware of any known studies that allow the oral comparison of screams from an unknown recording to a known speaker?
Well, that's the whole purpose of elevating electronically to the level of spectrum as where the screams occur. Okay.
I think.
Let me finish. If you take the spectrograms of a person in saying, let's say for example, help me, and you look at the spectrogram of the person saying, help me, 6 semitones later, the spectrogram looks the same, with the exception that the high frequency is shortened. Okay. So,
Do you have any particular?
doing that test, I can confirm that looking at the spectrogram, they're going to be the same for the same speaker. They're just going to be elongated or shortened depending on what frequency they occur.
Okay. Are you aware of any published studies that allow you to do that and then conduct an oral comparison?
I'm not aware of any studies per se, not that I've seen.
Have we finished with the biometrics work that you did? Was there anything else you did to prepare the sample or in your computer analysis that we haven't talked about today?
I don't think so.
May I have one moment, Judge?
Yes, you may.
On the standards, you talked about the length of the speech or the number of words. Are there any other criteria, standards, if you will, in your method for conducting an oral spectrographic analysis?
Well, there's a dynamic range, signal to noise ratio, whether or not it's the same language or not, which is biometrically, it doesn't matter one way or the other. So these are all incorporated in the standards which I mentioned.
Is stress, or the idea that the voice is a scream or a cry, considered in your opinion to have an effect on whether speaker identification can be done?
But any factor like stress, disguise, and something like that, it has to be taken into consideration when you do an analysis.
So we've got the length of the recording, the number of words being spoken, we've got the emotional state of the speaker, correct?
Yeah, that's for one, yes.
Mm-hmm. Any other important standards that you always look to?
Well, there's differences in the channel, how it was recorded, distance that was recorded. There's a lot of factors involved.
Well, what are the main ones that you considered in your oral spectrographic analysis in this case? And tell me what those standards are and whether you deviated from them in reaching your opinion.
Well, I'm sorry again. First question again?
What are the standards, the basic standards that you would always use in an analysis like this, and where among those standards, if you did, deviate?
Well, the only thing that I, as you put it, deviated from, because of the limitation of the number of words, is it changed an opinion from positive to automatically change it from what could have been or may have been a positive to a
Okay, so in that regard, what
Not
is,
right in the box.
what is the minimum probability of error in order to call an identification positive or probable?
Well, the latest, the last thing that was published on error probability was published by the FBI in 1986, where they said that there was less than 1% error rate in the oral spectrographic cases that they performed. And that's the last number that I've seen. Biometrically, I've tested the biometric system against knowns on over 1,000 occasions, and it has performed within 1%. So from a biometric standpoint, it's usually less than 1% error rate, and from a oral spectrographic methodology, it's less than 1% according to the FBI.
Speaking of the minimum probability of error regarding the biometrics, are you aware of any studies or research articles that have tested the probability of error rate in that software?
I don't, the NIST study comes to mind. I don't know how it was conducted, and I don't really know a lot about it, except that the fact that that's an organization that does test, does non-biased testing on people's products. And that's the latest study that I'm aware of. But again, you should check with St. Petersburg and see what other studies they may have had their software tested with, or what groups. I'm not aware of it.
I know, Mr. Owen, that you talked earlier about having testified as an expert witness on a number of occasions. I take it most of those occasions would not be regarding this Easy Voice biometric software. Is that correct?
Well, to date, I've only testified once or twice. Recently in the Sheila Davalu case in Connecticut, which was a state case, murder case. And I testified that she made the 911 call, and she was convicted.
That's regarding this particular software and this particular version?
Yes.
Was there a contested Fry hearing in that case?
Sorry.
Was there a separate hearing where expert evidence was offered regarding this Easy Voice biometrics methodology?
Let me think how many times I testified. It was discussed. It was discussed, but I had previously testified in Connecticut.
Let me be more specific. You've only had this software for a couple of years at the most, correct?
That's correct.
And you've only testified regarding it once. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was in the Sheila Davalu case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You know that you're right now in the middle of an admissibility hearing outside the presence of any jury, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In the Sheila Davalu case, was there a similar hearing where your evidence was offered regarding the acceptability of this methodology in the scientific community where other experts testified?
There was, I had done it both ways. I had done the oral spectrographic methodology as well as the Easy Voice.
I'm talking about Easy Voice. Well, firstly, I'm talking about, was there a hearing in the Sheila Davalu case in which you testified about this Easy Voice biometrics that was subjected to a Fry test?
I don't think there was an official admissibility hearing. I think I only testified once.
Mm-hmm. And so this was never challenged in the same way that we're doing it here today?
mean, I testified
Well,
numerous times, and I did an oral spectrographic method as well, so.
I'm being a little more focused than that. I'm talking about the biometrics approach that you are talking about here today in the Sheila Davila case. It was never subjected to a Fry hearing, correct?
As far as I know, it
Well,
was accepted,
let me-
and I don't have the documents.
Did you testify at a Fry hearing or any other admissibility hearing regarding this software in the Sheila Davila case?
It was not a separate, there was no separate hearing. Whether or not there was Fry business going on, I can't really recall.
Were you ever cross-examined outside the presence of the jury regarding your methodology regarding easy voice biometrics?
Yes,
By whom?
by both sides,
And who represented the defendant?
which I can't remember the lawyer's name. She represented herself, and she had a lawyer, a local lawyer from Connecticut, evidently a well-known lawyer, but I don't remember his name. The case is online, you can look it up.
Certainly. So I'm not quite clear what your testimony is, though. You did testify, and you testified in that case, but to your knowledge, it was not subjected to a Fry determination as we're doing here today, or other admissibility threshold determination.
Well, once again, there was no separate hearing, whether it was subjected to the Fry or Dahlberg or whatever. I don't recall.
Were you cross-examined at trial then? Is that what you mean?
Yes,
And were you cross-examined by the other lawyer or by the defendant?
both.
All right, so your recollection is that during your testimony regarding the biometrics software that Ms. Davila cross-examined you herself?
And the other attorney, that's correct.
Very well. One moment, please, Judge.
Thank you very much. Any redirect?
Thank you.
Mr. Owen, over your right shoulder, I see some kind of equipment on that desk behind you there. What is that?
That's a microscope.
Can you use that thing?
I sure can.
Been using it a long time?
Haven't used it in a while. It's for doing the magnetic development of analog tape.
So that microscope would contain things like lenses and prisms and other sorts of things?
I'm sure it does.
Can you use that microscope, and do you use it in the normal course of your business?
Absolutely.
Do you know how to build or otherwise assemble that microscope, its parts, or create the lenses or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Okay. You've been asked about whether you wrote or can explain in mathematical code terms the algorithms associated with the Easy Voice biometric software. I think your answer was you're not a programmer. Did I hear that right?
That's correct.
Does that affect your ability to understand how it works and use it?
No, not at all. I mean, I also use Word and WordPerfect, and if I had to be a Microsoft programmer to use that, I'd be in trouble, and so should 90% of the rest of the world.
Okay. We're using Skype here today.
That's correct.
Okay. Are you familiar with the ins and outs of every bit of code affiliated with that software?
I wish I was.
All right.
In our experience.
And sometimes external factors, such as the audio difficulties we've been having this morning, causing feedback and other things, do come into play and sometimes affect whether we have a perfect connection or not. Would you agree with me there?
That's correct.
Okay. Are we still having this conversation and still able to effectively communicate?
Yes, we are.
Did I understand you to testify to Mr. West that screaming is certainly one factor that needs to be considered along with a list of environmental and other things that were gone through? You remember that testimony?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Is there any study that you're aware of that says just because other factors might be present, whether it's the fact that it's a scream, whether it's the fact that it's a cell phone, any of those other things he talked about, are you aware of any studies that says you should therefore automatically abandon any attempt to arrive at a conclusion?
No. we don't be able to jump.
Okay. Let me ask you this, just in general. There was an awful lot of reference about, are you familiar with studies that say this, and are you familiar with studies that say that? Have you seen studies that arrive at almost the opposite conclusions from each other when discussing even the same evidence in your experience?
Absolutely.
Okay. I think you referenced it earlier as expecting scientists to always agree is like expecting lawyers to always agree.
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. West actually characterized the elevation of the pitch as, I think he said the word he used was altered that sample somehow. Explain to me why you disagree that that is actually altered.
Well, basically, once again, going back to my testing in 1985, and again with the airlines case and several other cases, and the fact that almost every 911 call that you get has somebody screaming on it or trying to disguise their voice in some manner. So it's become a very relevant issue.
All right.
And, so when he says alter, he's what he really should have been saying is change in some way to be able to use the information that's present. Okay, not by altering. Altering is a negative word. Changing is not a negative word, and we don't do this stuff as trickery or anything else. We do this so that the evidence that we have on hand can be used in an efficient manner to arrive at a decision.
As it relates to that elevation of the pitch, did I understand you to say to Mr. West that using that same method, that the defendant's known sample was still able to be matched? In other words, that the software actually said, even though there was this elevated pitches, that what you knew to be a George Zimmerman sample was in fact George Zimmerman.
Absolutely.
Okay. So that apparently didn't alter or affect anything to do with what you knew to be a known sample, right?
That's correct. That's the whole purpose of the exercise.
Okay. You were also, I guess, let me rephrase that. It was said that this looping of the sample, where you repeated the same sample twice, I think it was somehow new and novel, and you said, no, it's not really.
Objection. I think that's a mischaracterization of the witness's testimony. He did say it was new and novel.
This is redirect. He can ask him questions based upon your cross-examination. You may proceed.
Mr. Owen, did I understand you to testify that what Mr. West called looping, which is simply repeating the same sample, that you've done that before with other software and that is in fact often done? Did I hear that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So the fact that you also did it with this software was not new or novel, is it?
No.
All right. What might have been new is that this software actually has a message that said, I would like more, please.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you gave it more, it operated, as we've already discussed, correctly identified a known George Zimmerman as George Zimmerman and also assisted in your evaluation of the unknown sample. Did I understand that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to talk briefly about standards because it's sort of almost the tone of it or the way it gets said sometimes that this is some sort of inalienable, unalterable, have to be followed, absolute list of ingredients such that if one is missing or not complete or present in too much quantity or too little quantity, it will absolutely prevent you from ever arriving at a conclusion. Was that too long a question, or do you understand what I'm saying?
I object to the form of the question and to counsel testifying.
Overruled. If the witness, did you understand the question?
Yes, ma'am. I understood the question.
Okay, you may answer.
But now I forgot the question. I'm sorry.
All right, let me redo it. The whole discussion about standards, all right, the tone of it or what I gathered from it was that there is some pretension or allegation that the fact that you, as you reference certain standards, a 16-second standard or a 20-word standard or the pitch standard, that somehow if the standards are not always to the letter present, followed, or otherwise available, that they somehow prevent any scientist from conducting an analysis or a valid analysis. Do you understand the question now?
I
Okay.
object that it's a compound question. It may have been inadvertent, but it was conducting an analysis or a valid analysis. All we're talking about here is a valid analysis, not whether somebody can just...
You're speaking objection, so your objection is?
Compound question.
Do you understand the question, Mr. Owen?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Do you need it again?
Nope. It's sort of like if the state of Florida has an 11-point minimum on a positive ID of a fingerprint, does that mean they don't use a fingerprint with 10 points of identification to eliminate people, possibly? And I think the answer to that is well known. The answer is yes. I can't speak specifically for Florida, but other experiences I've had in other states. So does that mean if you have 19 words, does that mean you can't do the job? No, that's not what it means. But according to the standards, which we're talking about, you can't say certain things. You can't say it's positive because you don't have 20 words. 20 words is the minimum.
So, it affects then, do I understand you be saying perhaps the strength of your conclusion, but not whether you can arrive at one?
It affects the strength of our veracity of my conclusion in the respect that I have to drop down from positive to probable, highly probable. And that's not the worst thing in the world. It's very seldom that you have evidence that's good enough to allow you to do a positive conclusion one way or the other. Because 911 tapes, drug under by tapes, that sort of thing, they're never the best quality, even under the best of circumstances.
Does your conclusion here reflect that line of thinking?
Yes.
Is there anything new or novel about that?
No.
Okay. I think, never mind. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Any additional questions?
Try to be brief, Mr. Owen, but on this idea of standards, you're saying they just don't mean anything, that any individual examiner can set whatever standard they want for themselves and it's still accepted in the scientific community?
Now that's a ridiculous statement.
Tell me why that's ridiculous.
Well, because the whole purpose of having standards in the first place is to set guidelines. Okay? I'm following the standard because I'm telling you, oh, by the way, I wrote those standards that are published, the ones that have been in place, I and about 10 other individuals, of which Mr. Nakasone is one of them. And in doing those standards, we had to decide what was the best evidence, 20 words, what was usable evidence, 10 words, and anything below that is very iffy one way or the other.
So they're really more like guidelines than standards?
They're and they say recommendations. That's what it says on the paper if you want to download from my website.
So you can...
It's important, let me finish. It's important to have standards in any science, okay? But it doesn't mean, just like it's important to have the best evidence, we would all like for this tape to be a pristine, wonderful tape, okay? It's not, okay? Regardless of how you cut it or slice it or talk about it, it's not, okay? It is what it is. So we have to take what it is and try to do the best job we can to make a determination one way or the other. So that's what I did in this case.
Yes, and in order to do that, you had to substantially deviate from the standards that you yourself drafted with the assistance of others X many years ago.
I didn't substantially deviate. I just didn't have 20 words.
You didn't have anywhere near 20 words, did you?
I had 10 words, which knocked me down to the probable category.
And most of those were the same word repeated over and over. That was in no,
Spoken in a different manner.
yes, and in no way considered phonetically balanced.
Well, now you're talking about something entirely different. I don't know where you got the word phonetic balanced, but
I thought you did, part of your speaker identification included listening and matching. And you have to have a phonetically balanced speech to do that, don't you?
well, define what you mean by phonetically balanced.
Across the spectrum of, phonics? That you have speech that is normal speech that can be identified as to its unique characteristics. And you have enough of that speech that you can meaningfully compare it with another sample.
In the world of academics, that may be true. But that's like saying, well, the evidence is not perfect, therefore I'm not going to do the case.
How much money have you been paid so far, in fact, for doing this case?
Well, I never took any money for doing anything up until the time I was called to testify. So that's how much money. It's big zero.
How much?
I charge $3,000 a day plus expenses to testify, and that's what I've been paid so far.
How much have you been paid altogether?
2 days, $6,000.
And of course, that doesn't include what you might make on the sale of the software itself. Nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manti. Mr. Owen is your witness. Do you have any last questions?
You chuckled when questioned about how much money you might make from the sale of software. Explain that for us.
Well, so far I haven't made a whole lot of money, and maybe enough to afford a few good lunches down in Florida, which I've had in the past.
It's been a year and a half, give or take, since you originally rendered your conclusion in this case?
That's correct.
Okay. And no huge influx of sales as a result of from the time you rendered the opinion till now that you're aware of?
There's always hope.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. No other questions.
Mr. Owen, we're going to go ahead and disconnect from the connection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom.
We're going to break for lunch. It is 12:56. We'll be back at 2 p.m. Court is in recess. Please be seated. Good afternoon. We're back on the record in case number 12 CFA 1083 State versus George Zimmerman.
I have one on tap ready to go, and I'm not sure how long that's going to take. So,
Is that the only other witness you have?
it sort of depends on how late in the day we get, Judge, but it could be.
Does have any more witnesses?
Yeah.
Are you prepared to possibly go tomorrow?
If we need to, yes.
My choice not to, but of course, if we need to finish this up, we will.
Sure. We do need to check just the,
We'll see how far we go today and see what happens.
yeah, we're just trying to figure that out because then we have witnesses who we have on standby who I feel as though I'm certain we're not going to get to, and I don't want them just literally just sitting in a room waiting, a couple of them. So I want to try and be realistic on that. We have some other matters that would then need to be in order to prep for the trial on Monday, that we have planned a full day tomorrow and a full day on Sunday for those. So,
Well, let's get going and see how far we get. Okay,
You know,
Mr. Man, oh, sorry.
Could we guesstimate now when we'll stop for the day so we can use that as a guide for having the witnesses on standby?
The court always has the goal of stopping at 5, but if it will take us till 6 to get finished with a witness, we'll stay till then. I know that's not a great definitive answer for you, but let's just see how far we go and we'll readdress that.
We wouldn't likely work past 6, though, so if I'm sure a witness wouldn't get on until what would be 6 o'clock our time, we can release them for the day.
Okay, Mr. Manti, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next witness I would have, we're going to do this in the talks with the detective already, just kind of older school, regular speakerphone.
Okay.
So I do have the number of the witness that confirmed that he is available and ready.
No.
And there is, again, the matter of motion to compel, which remains out there.
Do you need it for this witness?
Not for this witness, but I would like it addressed before the defense witnesses are being presented, since it pertains to a couple of them.
Okay.
And if there is going to be material given to me, I just want them to see.
Well, do you want to talk about that right now? It's the state's motion to compel any expert reports or writings. The defense expert reports or writings.
And specifically, it was during the deposition that we arranged that I think 2 of the witnesses, I asked them directly if they had reduced any of their conclusions and opinions to written format. And 2 of them told me that they had, and they had emailed those counsels, and counsel said that he believed that they had a privilege, and so I'll motion to address that with the court.
Okay.
We have had correspondence with experts that we have consulted with during these proceedings. I do not have any written reports or statements that I think are required for disclosure by 3.220. The communication I've had with the experts has typically been in response to questions that I've asked or comments that I've requested in response to some aspect of the evidence. They were never designed or intended to be communications in the form of a report or statement that would be discoverable under 3.220. I consider that to be work product because it either contains my thoughts or thoughts of the experts in response to a question that I've asked, and as a result reflects, I think, strategy and work product and is not discoverable. As Mr. Manti indicated, the witnesses have been available for deposition. The depositions have been taken, and the experts have been questioned about those prior communications.
Mr. Manti?
Well, Your Honor, again, respectfully, the reason I filed it is because I believe that if it is, as the witness represented it to be, a written reflection of his opinion and conclusion as it relates to this case, that the witness's statement, I'm not asking for counsel's statements, would not be protected by work product privilege. I think I've cited the Bailey case in my motion. And the Bailey case goes further and says that if there is a claim of work product privilege, that I think the procedure recommended by the court was that those materials be submitted to the court for an in-camera review for the court to decide if, in fact, any or all of that.
You've taken the depositions. Did they indicate that they had given anything in writing to counsel that would be covered under 3.220?
They did. They said that they wrote down their conclusions and opinions and sent that to counsel, among other things, which I'm not seeking. But yes, they both, and it's Dr. Doddington and Dr. Wayman who indicated that.
To the extent that they have given a written opinion to the defense, that needs to be provided to the state.
We don't have any written opinions from the expert. I do have email correspondence
emails are writing, so if they gave you an email that says what their opinion is, that needs to be given over to the state.
Well, we believe that it's protected by work product for the reasons that I've stated. And
I guess what will happen is that we'll have to go forward with the testimony of the witness, and if there is something that the witness says that they have provided that the court feels at that time should have been given, we'll have to stop the proceedings and have a Richardson hearing.
Your Honor, I think the procedure that was suggested by Mr.
Manti in his motion is the correct one. I don't think the case law that he cited turns my communications with experts into statements, but there is a procedure that's set forth here, and that is if a privilege is claimed, then the court should conduct an in-camera review and make a decision. And then we have all parties' interests protected. And citing the Bailey case that Mr. Manti references, there's a procedure to how to handle these things.
Well, then give me all of your emails and let me review them.
I can do that.
I can do that now?
Let's take them one person at a time, I think.
Number of pages, the same.
Yeah, I should identify in some way.
Number of pages.
This is 8 pages, and this is email correspondence between myself. It may also have included Mr. O'Mara at various points, and witness George Doddington.
George what?
Doddington?
Thank you very much. Okay, I have reviewed these emails, and they are not the type of communication that would fall under expert reports for 3.220, and they will not have to be given to the state. Next one.
Well,
Thank you.
if I might, John, similarly with you, you may want to, if the sampling is a lot longer, you'll note that there are trail emails so that you'll see the same email, then it gets responded to, then we responded, but you'll get flavor, which I think is similar to what you just reviewed.
Okay, and these are
I'm sorry,
emails with,
Dr. Wayman, James Wayman, W-A-Y-M-A-N.
thank you. Okay, I have reviewed these notes also, the emails, and the same ruling. There is nothing contained in these emails that would be required to be disclosed under 3.220.
Thank you, Your Honor. Then the state is ready to proceed. Oh, there's more?
Less than the first two.
Very well.
There's another one?
There is, it's very short, about 6 or 8, and truly just scheduling issues, but,
And these are from,
Dr. French, Peter French.
In all candor, Judge, Dr. French never mentioned that he had made any such written statements, so I'm content with.
I don't need to review those?
I don't think so.
Okay, with that, are we ready to call the next witness? Could you please say the name before I call?
Dr. Alan Reich, Your Honor, that's R-E-I-C-H. Your Honor, being unfamiliar, so as to hear. Or...
I think the closer you all get, the better you're going to be able to hear.
Hello.
Dr. Reich?
Speaking.
This is Judge Nelson. Good afternoon. If you'll please raise your right hand, we're going to have this. Well, before we do this, do we recognize the voice to be that of Dr. Reich?
I do, Your Honor.
Both
Yes,
sides?
Yes.
Okay, please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will testify truthfully in these proceedings, so help you God? Thank you.
Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Mantine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Preliminarily, Dr. Reich, have you tendered a CV or a resume in connection with this case?
I tendered 2 of them, a forensic acoustics one and a more general, more detailed academic one.
Your Honor, this time I would move, and I believe they've been provided both to counsel and to the court previously.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, the Reich CV will come into evidence as State's Exhibit Number 2.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Wright, could you please go ahead and tell us a little bit about your academic background, your fields of study, and how long it is that you pursued that for a living?
How long I pursued what for a living?
Let me start with, Doctor, do you have any...
Education. Right. Well, my undergraduate degree is in speech and... So garbled. Oh.
Go ahead, Dr. Wright.
It was all garbled.
Okay. What I'd like to start with is your academic and educational background and history.
Right. I understand that. Okay, my undergraduate degree is in speech and theater from the University of Connecticut. My master's degree is in speech pathology from the University of Connecticut. And my PhD is in speech science from the University of Iowa. And the consulting work I've been doing since 1975.
Okay. You have held which sorts of positions in your academic work?
Have I held?
Yes, sir.
I was a teaching and research assistant in Connecticut for 2 years when I was a master's student. And I was a teaching and research assistant at Iowa for 4 years while I was a PhD student. Then I was an assistant professor at the University of Connecticut for 2 years, from 75 to 77. Then I was a professor, at the University of Washington for 25 years, from 1977, well, 23 years, 1977 to 2000.
Is that when you retired?
Yes. From academia,
Okay.
not from life, not from work.
Yes, sir. Dr. Wright, have you done something other than simply be a professor?
Have I done work other than being a professor?
Yes, sir.
You mean before I was a professor or since I've been a professor?
Well, you mentioned consulting work. Tell me what it is you do.
Okay. I analyze acoustic signals for investigative agencies and for the courts. I do tape authentication, tape enhancement, tape transcription, gunshot analysis, the sounds of gunshots, speed identification, so a few other things like that.
Okay. Have you been, I guess, are you a member of any part of professional organizations or similar organizations in connection with your fields of study and specialty?
Yeah.
Are those accurately reflected on the resume that you tendered?
They are.
Okay. Dr. Wright, have you consulted for law enforcement, for private corporations, as well as federal organizations over the course of your consulting career?
Yes.
Does that also include private lawyers and private investigators?
Unfortunately, no, I'm only kidding. Everyone, I've worked for both sides pretty equally, actually.
And have you ever been tendered as an expert to testify in your fields of expertise in court before?
Yeah.
How many times?
I'm not sure. I think about 25.
Okay. And are those also reflected on your resume?
Yes.
That both state and federal court?
Yes.
You've also authored publications and given presentations over the course of your career?
Yes.
Those are also documented on that resume?
On the longer resume, yes.
Okay. Dr. Wright, tell us how you came to first be involved in the case that we're here about today, State of Florida versus George Zimmerman. Which organization was the first one to contact you?
None.
Okay. How did you get involved?
That may be a surprising answer to my interest in it was from the internet and from the kind of controversy that was going on. I knew nothing about the case. Out west, they don't pay much attention to things that are going on in the east. It was getting a lot of publicity in the east, but very little in the west, out in Seattle where I was. I was late in hearing about it, and I heard about it when they released tapes, when the police department, Stanford Police Department released redacted tapes.
Were you contacted by the Washington Post?
Pardon?
Were you contacted by a newspaper?
I can't understand what you're saying.
Were you contacted by a newspaper, Dr. Wright?
Not initially. I was interested and started analyzing the tapes even before I was contacted by Washington Post because I was concerned about the kinds of statements that were being made about the tapes.
Okay.
And then during that period of time, within a month when the tapes were released, I was contacted by Washington Post, and I was recommended by the head of IntelNet.
Is that who you did your initial work in this case for?
That to provide some seed money to assist me in what I was already involved with.
Okay. Did you prepare, well, let me ask you this. When you go to analyze a tape like this or recordings like these, tell me what sorts of processes you use and why.
Well, this is an unusual one in that we had some very low-level questions that needed to be answered first. That is, first of all, was the speech analyzed? Was the tape analyzed? Was there sufficient quality to be analyzed for any kind of acoustical studies? Not speech necessarily, but for acoustical studies in general. Was it adequate for some acoustical studies? The second thing we were interested in was whether or not all the speech that had been transcribed on the internet was actually representative of the speech that was on the tape. And it was very clear that with different groups saying that different words were different, that there was some transcription problems with the tape, and that there were excuse me, there were both background sounds and foreground sounds, and only the foreground sounds were being reasonably accurately transcribed. So I was concerned in finding out if we could enhance the tape to bring out background sounds, of which there were hundreds.
All right, Dr. Wright, what I really want to focus on for purpose of today's hearing, you're aware this is a hearing as to the methodologies that you employ.
I am aware of that,
Okay.
but it's
Let me
important
start-
for the court. Can I answer my question? Your question, please?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, Your Honor, may I answer that question?
Yes, go ahead and answer.
Okay. The reason I'm talking about the signal quality and picking up background background signals is that many of the signals that were used for speaker identification were amplified out of the background noise.
So
It's an important distinction. They were not foreground signals for the most part. They were background, excuse me, background signal.
So tell me what processes you used and how you went about it.
Well, the practice we use, that practice that I use in analyzing speech in general, which has been done for centuries, that is looking at the sounds of speech and inferring what kinds of movements of the articulators and the throat and so on, the throat, the mouth, the lips, what kinds of movements went into making those particular sounds.
Dr. Wright, are you familiar with oral analysis, and that's oral, A-U-R-A-L, of a recording such as these?
Because oral analysis refers to A-U-R-A-L, refers to expert listening, and that's, in terms of my work, that's a very important part of my work in addition to the acoustical work.
Okay. You mentioned the next thing, acoustical analysis. Tell me a little bit about what that involves.
Well, historically, in studying speech in general, well, not even speech, studying sounds in general, whale sounds, bird sounds, speech sounds, we've taken the sounds that these individuals or organisms make, and we break them down into their component frequencies. That is, the sounds that we produce and these other animals produce are sounds that have a lot of overtones or partial frequencies in them.
Just one
And
second.
we break those
Is it an objection?
composite sound, that
Understand.
overall sound down
Can't hear
into
what
the
you're saying.
individual frequencies that make it up.
Okay.
That process, in various forms, is called spectral
It's very hard on
analysis.
Dr. Wright,
speakerphone.
just hold on for a
Spectral
minute.
analysis began,
They can't
believe it
hear
or
us
not,
on
in the
speakerphone.
1830s with a mechanical version of what we call a spectrograph.
Okay,
It's rolled around on the floor.
Dr. Wright,
But
Dr. Wright, we're having a hard time understanding, so if you could speak a little louder and a little slower and
Okay.
give your
Okay.
responses as to the questions that are asked. Mr. Manti, go ahead and ask your next question. Mr. West, if you need to move up here, you're free to do so.
Thank you, Aaron. Dr. Wright, I want to focus, you mentioned acoustic and spectrograph, and those are the sort of the two words after the oral analysis that you mentioned. So give your answer in a little slower fashion as it relates to what is it about acoustic analysis and spectrographic things that you did in this case that assisted your work.
I did a variety of different kinds of spectral analyses that have been done for a long time. The spectrographic analysis, long-term average spectra, short-term average spectra, and then a variety of non-spectral measures as well, including pitch patterning and loudness patterning and emphasis kind of patterning.
And Dr. Wright, I'm assuming that you have some kind of computer or software that you use to assist you in doing that.
Well, we do now. Historically, I've been around long enough I wasn't around for the mechanical version, but I was around for earlier analog versions of this equipment. But now it's almost all entirely done on a microcomputer.
Okay. So do you use that computer software also to assist in your analysis of tapes like these?
Entirely, yes.
Okay.
In addition to the oral AUR-AL analysis, the listening analysis, yes.
All right. So all three of those measures then were components of your research in this case? Is that what you're telling us?
Three meaning AUR-AL, spectrography, and what's the third?
Well, it's simply the fact that you actually use computer software in addition
okay.
to help you with that. Is that right?
Well, the computer software generates the spectral analysis.
Okay.
But
Anything
we
about what?
were generating the spectral patterns, as I said a long time ago, during World War II, using a totally different technique, but functionally the same technique, but about burning charcoal on paper.
Okay. Dr. Reich, anything on, new, novel, completely unheard of before that you employed in arriving at your conclusions in this case?
No, the equipment and the software used is all available to anyone who wants to pay for it.
So Dr. Reich, I want to focus in particular on what we're here about today, the 911 call, and the identification of the person or persons, if they can be made, of this generator of screens on that tape. Are you familiar with that?
We're talking about the call number 3 on my report?
Yes, sir.
Yes, what's the question now?
Okay. Tell me what let me rephrase that. Did you employ the methods that you just described in an attempt to identify who was the person emitting those screaming sounds?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a sample, when you did that, of the known voice or represented to be the known voice of George Zimmerman?
Yes, a number of them.
Okay. Did you have a sample when you did that also of a known voice or a voice attributed to be the known voice of Trayvon Martin?
At a later time I did. Not initially I did. There was nothing available, and I insisted that we couldn't proceed without some kind of samples of his speech.
Okay. Did you eventually receive one?
Yes.
And did you use those known samples to compare them to the version on the tape that you said that you listened to containing screams?
Yes.
And when you compare the known samples to the screaming sound, what is it that you actually do?
We first of all, we analyze longer speech, listen to longer segments of speech to begin with, but ultimately we try to set up pair comparisons. So we look at relatively short segments of speech, that is sometimes a syllable, or one syllable word, 2 syllable words, maybe 3 or 4 syllables top, and compare the known and unknown right next to each other, and look at the acoustical characteristics, not just the spatial characteristics, but the acoustical characteristics in general, and listen to them at the same time. So we're listening, and we're not listening to the original tape, listening to copies or tokens that have been extracted from the tape for easier listening by a jury or by us.
Dr. Wright, did you, first off, were you able to determine whether or not you could identify George Zimmerman as what we'll call the person who was making those particular screaming noises once you filtered them out?
Well, I identified a certain number of speech utterances that were not Mr. Zimmerman, but that isn't necessarily all of the loud speech that was on there.
I understand.
That is, I'm not ruling out Mr. Zimmerman as producing loud speech, just as the person who was producing the very high-pitched, very loud screams. That's how we define screaming. Phonation or voice reduction that's at a very high loudness level and a very high pitch level. It has to be both. And those utterances, those were not yours.
Okay, so you mentioned a high pitch and a phonation.
High pitch and the loudness. Pitch and loudness both have to be extremely high.
In order for
screaming, as opposed to shouting, for example, which might be at a high loudness level, but not necessarily at a high pitch level.
And doctor, are there environmental factors such as, the distance from the microphone that's picking it up? human factors such as the stress that the person might be under? Are there mechanical factors such as the size of the channel or the compression affiliated with the phone and the microphone themselves? There are a lot of things that could affect your ability to analyze sounds like these.
Yes, sir.
Okay. As far as you said that you identified what you referenced as screams as opposed to just some of the loud shouts as not being the defendant, George Zimmerman. Did you identify them as being anyone, and how did you do that?
Well, first of all, I want to mention that first we had to determine whether or not, when I was given that tape, the call number 3, I was told by most people that there was no interactive, meaningful speech on that recording. That was all undifferentiated screaming, that there was no linguistic intent. There was no words on that area. So first we had to determine that there were words. And in terms of who they might be, they were a good match for the video samples that I had of Trayvon.
Mr. Reich, if you could just please repeat your last statement, the court reporter was not able to take it down.
Okay. I was saying that in order to determine who said something, we first had to determine that there were words being said, so we got to identify both the words and the speaker. And the words that were at a scream level were almost entirely those of Trayvon Martin.
Now, I understand your report to say that conclusion is a tentative one.
Yes, very.
Tell me what you mean by that.
Well, because the circumstances of these tapes obviously are not laboratory conditions. We don't have a nice, quiet signal with a positive signal to noise ratio. For example, the example that I sent you, the last word, final word, was down 30 decibels, which is quite a bit down from the surrounding speech. These were very background signals, so they were in the noise floor of the recording. So that alone makes them not very good candidates. Also, the words were not being excerpted from the same sentence context. That's an important parameter.
And you accounted for all those in your conclusion.
So making the conclusion tentative, yes.
Okay. Was that your conclusion that the voice in question was not George Zimmerman? Was that a tentative one, or was that more definite?
Well, that was a little bit different in that the sample size was much, much larger. The amount of speech that we had of Mr. Zimmerman was much larger. We had recordings from the jail with his wife. We had a crime simulation tape, and we had a yelling simulation tape as exemplars. So there's a much larger corpus of voice exemplars for Mr. Zimmerman, so that made it a little bit easier. The only thing about this particular test that was easy was the fact that it had a closed set of speakers. I was told that there was only 2 people that could have been recorded at the site.
You're talking
there
about
were only 2 people involved, and therefore it's a pair discrimination rather than picking from an infinite population of speakers.
Okay, let me take a shot at that. Are you saying that what helped to make this conclusion was that you weren't having to compare these voices or these screams to an infinite number, but you had only 2 voices that you had to worry about as being possibilities in this case?
Yes, and in fact, the decision we're making first is George or not George, or Trayvon or not Trayvon. Very simple elimination decision before we even get to the identification part.
And did you base your conclusions on first of all, I guess, how many hours did you spend listening to these recordings?
100.
On the listening that you did, as well as you referenced the acoustic and spectral analysis. Tell me what it is that you look for there.
Well, we look at a number of characteristics depending on what's available in the signal, of course, because the signals that we deal with are often very, very distorted. These are not entirely the most distorted signals I've ever dealt with. Many of the aircraft, black box recordings of words, for example. But we look at hundreds of different characteristics, both in the spectral realm, that is looking at the noise, the acoustical characteristics of S noise, for example, the acoustical characteristics of T-burst, which is in the word stop, for example. The position of the resonant frequency in the valves and semi-valves. Those are very important characteristics. For example, the resonant frequencies mean the frequencies that are transmitted best by a particular vocal tract shape or movement. And so, for example, the first resonant frequency, which appears as a bar on that first resonant frequency, is related primarily to tongue height. When you're talking, as your tongue moves up and down, it affects that frequency the most. The second one is related to the fronting or advancement of the tongue. The third one is related to lip rounding and retroflexion of the tongue tip. That's retroflexion means curling back your tongue tip for R-like sound. So those are just some of them. We have hundreds of characteristics that we look at.
And so you use the auditory comparison by your ears, the sort of visible comparison that the spectrograph allows you to start to make at all those points. And you had the computer assist you in doing that to arrive at your conclusions?
Yeah, so in addition, I used other acoustical tests that are well established that, for example, long-term average spectra, because I was thinking that maybe some other people had done that previously. I wanted to compare that. I did report that in my report.
Yes, sir. Okay, just a moment.
Yes, you may. Just one moment, Mr. Reich.
Okay.
And Dr. Wright, did you use all those things in connection with, I think you said that one of the helpful things was just an assumption based on the known facts that there were only 2 candidates for the screening?
Yes.
All those things together?
Pardon?
All of those things together?
I can't understand what you're saying.
Was it all of those things together?
Well, I put all those things together. Is that what you said?
Did you consider them all together in coming up
Yes,
with
consider the oral characteristic, the listening characteristic, to verify the acoustical characteristic, and vice versa.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wright. Another question, Dr.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Wright.
You're welcome.
Mr. West is going to ask you questions now. Mr. West, you may have to come up here so he can hear you. It's I don't know if the wires will reach. Bobby, can we see if that? We're moving the phone so it might jostle.
And if we could get an extension, then council could stay at the podium or even at council table. And have access to co-counsel and Mr. Zimmerman.
I know, I can't get it to go any further. It's stuck. Thank you. say.
Dr. Wright, can you hear me?
Okay, well, I'm sorry, say it again?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Closer.
Mr. West?
Yes, I'm going to try to get a little closer to the
I hear you fine.
Oh, good. I'm not quite clear what you said your conclusions were, other than that they were tentative. Are you saying that you have not reached a final conclusion at this point?
No, I'm saying that given the number of data points that are available, that it's not possible to reach a definitive conclusion, just a suggested one.
So you in fact have not reached an opinion, rather you just have a tentative impression? Is that what you're saying?
No, I have an opinion, but it can't be a hard and fast opinion because the circumstances are not ideal circumstances.
So it's an opinion, but you don't hold it very firmly.
No, I wouldn't say that. I hold it firmly, but the circumstances, the guidelines for what people expect the samples to be for definitive analysis that were not met.
Well, why don't we talk about that then for a moment? What are the accepted guidelines and standards for speaker identification analysis?
Well, that depends on who's doing the analysis. If it's being done by technical people with undergraduate, with a high school degree, then the standards are different. And I would say that the standards that are used by the identification group, the Association of Identification, that those are appropriate standards for someone at that level. But for someone more with a more sophisticated view, I'm sure those are the best standards. For example, some of the standards that are used by the group are 10 seconds of speech minimum. We have research, repeated research, show that you can use a sample less than 1 second and be able to identify speakers. So it depends on who's doing the identifying. But
Well, let me
also the number of words. That particular group says 10 words is the minimum number, and the FBI says 20. It's neither of those is really hard and fast. But it's the quality of it.
How many do you use?
Well, there were fairly enough words. Other people have analyzed these and said there were 8 or 10 words. I would agree with that. But that's not the problem. The problem wasn't the number of words. The problem was the quality of the signal.
So let's start here with the speech that you found that was a suitable quality for speaker identification. Did you identify all of that speech and did you isolate it?
Yes.
And how long was all of that speech combined in time?
I actually don't know the answer to that question. I would say that, hold on one second. Well, I would say that it was at least 4 or 5 seconds at least.
So with your approach,
This is the speech that made up the pair comparison, not all the speech that I listened to.
Yes, and I was going to interpose an objection as to if we could be clear that we're talking about the speech for the voice speaker comparison.
Okay, can you clarify your question?
I think he did.
Okay.
Well, it's not clear to me. Let's talk about the audible speech. In that, let's talk about the sounds that can be heard by playing the recording through normal equipment.
Well, yeah, go on.
Okay. Did you identify within that various words or utterances that you think are suitable for speaker identification?
Could you repeat that question? It's not entirely clear to me.
Do I understand correctly, Dr. Wright, that you found speech that just about anybody can hear by listening to the recording, and that you also found speech that you can't hear by listening to the recording without special equipment and amplification and such?
Well, that's close but no cigar, so I take that. I'm just pulling up a signal on the computer right now. It's the final word, and it's kind of an example of the final word embedded in the 911 caller and the 911 operator context. And you can hear the word stop in there, but it's down 30 decibels. You can hear it, but it takes a tremendous amount of listening to do that. Whereas when I gained it up or amplified that segment, the background segment by 20 decibels, then anybody's able to hear that easily. Whether it's running in real time or whether it's in just the 3 or 4 syllable context.
Well, maybe we'll approach it this way. Do you have a transcript of all of the speech on the 911 call that you believe can be identified by speaker?
Judge, I've interposed already a written objection. We're talking about all the speech on the entirety of the call.
Well, I understand your objection, but I also understand the question is, so Mr. West can then further ask how many words. So overrule your objection.
Would you answer the question, Dr. Wright?
I think the answer is yes, but I'm not sure, because the question is a little bit vague to me.
What I'm trying to get at is, have you identified all of the speech on this recording that you believe can be compared and identified with a speaker?
Yes.
And do you have a transcript of that?
There is no final transcript of that. It's ongoing, and there are pieces of it that involve the speaker identification portion, but there are other pieces that were not analyzed or are not transcribed.
Yeah.
There are pieces of it that are not transcribable yet, or maybe ever.
Dr. Wright, I'm going to need you to sort of start at the beginning of the answer and repeat it for the court reporter, please.
Okay, where you want to start?
I'll read you what I have. There is no final transcript of that. It's ongoing, and there are pieces of it that.
There are pieces of it that are analyzable, and pieces that are transcribable, and pieces that are not either analyzable or transcribable. In other words, not 100% of that tape is not going to be transcribable by anybody with any equipment at all. So very difficult.
Have you identified the speaker on all of the speech that you have been able to transcribe?
Yes.
And do you have that written down somewhere?
Yes, I don't have that with me right now.
Is that a document that exists that you could...
There's no given files and pictograms.
So are you saying your work isn't isn't done yet, and there may be additional speaker comparisons or additional speech recognition that may come later?
The speaker recognition is a different ballgame. That's usually referring to the automated recognition of speech by computer. I'm not doing any of that. It is possible that there might be some comparison that will be done, but right now I don't think there's going to be any further analysis of that type. Because the things that are being uncovered would be of lesser quality rather than of better quality.
Maybe we'll just start back at the beginning, and you can tell us specifically how you processed what has been identified as screams on the recording to identify those segments on which you performed a speaker identification. Are you able to do that?
As I mentioned before, the signals were virtually all in the background. So the signals first had to be amplified with the computer. But all that involves is identifying where the very soft signal is, and then multiplying it by some number to make it reasonably close in level and loudness, what you perceive as loudness level, to the surrounding speech. And that's mostly what was done to all these tapes. There's very little fancy kinds of enhancement that was done. There's mostly just differentially amplifying signals that were not identified as speech before. It's when they were background effects and noises, they were not, they were speech.
I think where I'm confused is that we seem to be talking about two levels of speech on this recording. That one is what's obvious to anyone who listens to the recording as being a yell or cry of some sort. Do you follow me on that?
No, I thought you were going somewhere I could agree with you, but you converted it last minute. If you mentioned this foreground speech, then certainly there is foreground speech that's at a much higher level as associated with the 911 caller and the 911 dispatcher. And then the other signals are all that came from the men that had to see the incident, that speech is much lower level. At the microphone, microphone or telephone. Now, if you're talking about other differences in level within what was going on between George and Trayvon, there are some differences in level, but not really significant ones. So in other words, all of the productions that were in the background, being produced by these two men, were all without some kind of amplification, were very difficult to decipher in real time.
So you're calling those the background speech?
Well, for want of a better term, yes.
And that's the speech that no one can hear without some amplification.
No, some of it can hear. And most of them you hear, but it takes a lot of effort. And maybe experience.
Are you able to identify at this time where on the recording that speech exists?
The difficult speech?
Yes.
Yes, of course.
And do you have a transcript of that available that you could send to us?
There's no complete transcript available yet. There are samples of comparisons between, and I think you've seen some of them, comparisons between pre-process and process, between the two men and the stop word, for example.
When you say the stop, you're referring to a
Word.
cry for some sort or a word near the end of the recording that others have reported as being the word help. Is that right?
Could I play it for you?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Is that the word that we're talking about?
Sorry, but in what context? select the final word on the tape, and it's a word that was analyzed for both speaker identification and for phonetic transcription. It's PHONETIC.
So, maybe perhaps, and I'm sorry that I'm a bit confused with all of this, but let's go back to this. Let's just start over, okay? Let's talk about the standards that are used. You said that some people require a 10-second minimum. Others may require more. And are you saying that you require less than 1 second of speech?
I'm saying that the research has shown that under certain circumstances, that only less than 1 second of speech is required to identify someone.
Is that
For
based?
example,
What is that research, and does it relate to identifying people by screens?
no.
So that research.
Very little of the research is identifying people by screen.
Well,
The non-forensic research, there is a small amount, large study, but small amount of data that came out of Nixon, but after the Tosi study.
that goes back to the days where the spectrograph was used extensively. Is that correct?
Extensively or exclusively?
Extensively.
Yes, it still is.
And that's back in the era where it would, spectrograph was considered to be a voice print.
In the Kirsta, KERNPA era, it was considered to be a voice print.
Dr. Wright, would you please go ahead and repeat that from the beginning, not in the Tosi era?
Yes. POSI, I believe, last name is spelled. And not as that's a much later era that takes into account actual field use of the technique. Whereas Kirsta was the early introducer of this equipment to the police department and the investigative agencies. He's what began the ruckus.
Could we take a recess for a few minutes?
Yeah, he's not going to be able to hear me on there. Dr. Wright, can you hear me? Do you mind telling him we're going to take a 10-minute recess and we'll call him back?
Dr. Wright, we are going to have a recess for about 10 minutes, and we will call you back. Is that okay?
That is okay.
All right, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Trish? Council, our clerk needs the CV of Mr. Owen and Dr. Wright so she could put it into evidence. If you'd please provide those copies to her. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes. Mr. Wright?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Try to call it again.
2
Zimmerman. Oh,
Hello, Dr. Wright.
yes.
Hi, this is Trish with the court clerks. We're in the courtroom with Judge Nelson on the Zimmerman case. Are you ready to proceed?
I think so. Let me make sure I'm on speakerphone. Okay, what's that?
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. This is John West again.
Yeah.
What I'd like to do for the next few minutes is this. Just let me explain what I'd like to do and see if you're able to respond this way. I would like you to tell me the standards in your scientific community on speaker identification to include the quality and duration of the speech sample that's sought to be compared for identification. And if those standards vary, I'd like you to tell me which entities or associations set different standards. And then I want you to tell me what your standard is and whether or not you applied it to this case. Did you follow all that?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's go with the FBI because the FBI doesn't testify. And the FBI uses this technique as an investigative technique if they don't testify. And their standard is basically 20 tokens, 20 different words, except from the same context, the same sentence context. And the features that are studied are pretty much the same from one group to another. It's not the features that are studied, it's really the number of tokens and the way in which they're prepared. Set up for prepared.
All right, so the FBI uses 20 words.
And doesn't testify.
Are you familiar with any other groups that have established standards?
Yes, I know established.
And what group is that?
Well, it started out as a provided name, but it was the International Association of Voice Identifiers, which is a subgroup of the International Association of Identification.
All right, and as to the number of words or the length of speech, what's the standard there?
10.
Is it 10 words or 10 seconds or either one?
10 words. But they specify by number of syllables.
And how many syllables?
There is a specified number of syllables.
Okay.
Would you have to repeat that, please?
It is not specified by number of syllables.
It's simply a total of 10 words.
Yes.
Is that also considered that you have to have at least 10 seconds of speech or 10 words?
I don't believe the 10 seconds in there. I have to look. I don't think so.
All right. Are you familiar with any standard the FBI sets for the length of the recording, minimum length?
I've heard a number, I've never seen it printed anywhere.
What do you believe it to be?
10 seconds.
And in the organization that you work on developing standards, do you have a length of time of minimum duration for the speech?
Each token or overall?
Either one or both.
I don't think there's any for overall, but I think there is some minimal token length. I can't remember exactly what it was.
So are you saying under the standards that you follow, there is no minimum length of the recorded material that's required?
Aside from,
Say that again, please.
other than It's over right there where you know what else it says. Diphone, D-I-P-H-O-N-E.
Would you explain that, please?
Yeah. A diphone is more than a vowel, more than a consonant, but not quite a consonant vowel. There's a chunk of the consonant and a chunk of the adjacent vowel, but not the whole thing. The speech is used on if you answer a number on the telephone, that's done by chunking up speech, real speech, into diphones, and putting them together, tagging them together, tying them together, or concatenating them.
No, the question.
That would be my minimal unit of speech, would be a concatenated diphone. There's one diphone.
Does that have any correlation to time?
Only roughly, because you have a difference between pla and stra, instead of both syllables, the stra is a lot longer.
Okay, here's what I'd like you to address. Is there any minimum number of words that you use when evaluating a speech sample? And is there any minimum amount of duration of the speech when you evaluate a speech sample?
Not when I evaluate it, no, of course not. After you determine that, you determine by the speaker. In terms of whether or not you reach a decision based on a whole bunch of short samples, then of course you have to take that into consideration.
So am I saying that you do not have a standard that you apply for the minimum number of words or the minimum duration of the speech before you will attempt a speaker identification?
I don't have a hard and fast rule about it. I don't feel uncomfortable with them.
Are there any other groups?
It's available.
Are there any other groups that have established minimum standards for speaker identification in terms of the speech itself?
I really don't know.
All right, now let's talk about the quality of the speech.
Yes.
What are the standards insofar as the quality of the speech itself?
They're all vague. I don't really comment on them. They're hardly scientific.
For example, are there guidelines or standards regarding screens?
I don't think we get to that question. Well, what I'm talking about there is that there are no guidelines saying what the signal to noise ratio of the signal must be, or what the distortion coefficient must be, or what many other noise measures must be.
The question
That's what I'm talking about.
the question I'm asking you about whether there are standards that apply to emotionally driven speech, shouts, cries, yells, that sort of thing.
The standards, I'm talking the word standards, in that are those factors that are taken into account when doing the work? Absolutely. Are there standards that are specifically ironed out for a particular kind of emotion? I mean, probably not.
So there are no strict standards that you've established for yourself on either the number of words or the length of the speech or the emotional state of the speaker. Is that correct?
I have internal standards for the work that I do based on my research activities, based on my review of the literature over many, many years. I don't have external standards that are based on what somebody with a high school education needs to do.
Well,
Do you think that
one might assume that the standards set by the FBI aren't made by someone with only a high school diploma.
no one rule that out?
So you don't adopt the standards set by the FBI?
I do not adopt the standards set by the FBI.
So what are your specific standards then that you apply when you do this kind of work?
Judge asked and answered multiple times.
Okay, I'll let him ask it this one more time.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I couldn't hear what you said.
You can answer the question, sir.
I can answer the question?
Yes.
Okay, what was the question again? Do I have internal standards or?
Yes, what are the internal standards that you apply when you do this kind of work on speaker identification?
That there's a reasonable corpus of speech data to evaluate.
All right.
That reasonable corpus of data depends on the nature of the
Reasonable
signal
corpus of
and the
speech.
nature of the task. not something that you just put a number on.
You do a subjective analysis then to decide whether it's suitable without any particular hard and fast rules? Is that what you're saying?
I'm sure, why don't you tell me what a hard and fast rule would be? I'll tell you when I adopt it. I'm not clear what you're saying.
A hard and fast rule, for example, might be that no speaker identification should be attempted because it's not reliable if the speech sample is less than 14 seconds long.
I think we would not adopt such a rule, and that would be overly conservative.
So you would disagree with that standard and you would not apply it in your own work?
I wouldn't apply it as a hard and fast standard, and that would be 14 seconds of speech. Absolutely not. It's not based on anything but a committee sitting around deciding that. The research should support that.
Tell me the research that you are thinking of and referring to when you talk about the standards that should be applied for speaker identification work.
That doesn't ring a bell what you're saying. I'm not saying that the research is on standards. I'm saying that the research tells us what kinds of minimal signal qualities we need in order to make identification. They may not be appropriate for forensic situations, but nonetheless, they tell us. And so, for example, if 1/8 of a second of a nasal like M can identify you as the speaker 99.9% of the time, I don't care whether or not you have 14 seconds of speech. All I need is 1/8 of a second. If that's there in the signal.
And when
That's what I'm saying. That's speaker specific and token specific. Speech, sound, and word specific.
When you say in the signal, are you talking about a spectrograph representation?
No, I'm talking about a timely yes and no. Yes, I'm talking about any kind of acoustical measure of speech, whether it's a time waveform measure of speech, a spectrographic measure, a long-term average spectra, short-term spectra, an FFT, whatever.
All right. Let me ask you specifically then, if you don't have specific standards that you can identify to us that you always apply when doing this kind of work, can you identify the standards that you did use in this case regarding the duration of the signal or the nature of the speech itself?
I think that the easiest way to answer that is to say that there are standards for how the experiments are set up. For example, in England and in Florida, at the Screw Gates Institute, they have specific ways they set up the listening experiment. I have specific ways that the pair comparisons are set up for both listening and spectrographic analysis. So there are structural things that are standards. You're talking about specific things about the signal, and we discard signals because they don't have some external criteria. Well, it depends. They're interactive variables. And there are many different things that affect speech and speech patterns, and they aren't always predictable, and they're not the same from person to person. It's difficult to establish and understand what you're talking about. For example, I'll just give you an example of a testimony I gave in court in Chicago. I listened to one of these people that had standards within one of these organizations talk about a spectrogram. Well, the settings on the equipment were set wrong. And so what he was saying was a resonance frequency was actually the fundamental frequency of pitch. They was looking at pitch patterns rather than formats or frequency patterns. It didn't make any difference what kind of standards he had. He wasn't doing the work right. I'm more interested in the work.
All right, speaking of that then, let's move to the work that you did on this case. Do I understand correctly? Let's categorize the two types of sound that you identified, the foreground and the background. The foreground being the obviously audible sounds, and the background being the sounds that were not readily
Right, and
audible.
most of the programs down came, as was mentioned before, came from the 911 operator or the caller.
All right, one-
Some of them did come from the man.
all right,
You have a question on that?
well, I'm talking about when you play the recording through a set of speakers, you can hear somebody yelling or screaming. Do you agree?
During that first 45 seconds?
Correct.
Page number 3? Of course, yes.
Right. That's the speech I'm talking about.
The background speech. For the whole thing. Background speech.
Do I understand from your report that in addition to the sounds that are evident when you listen to the recording, you also have identified speech, but only through amplification, that's only through amplification, it's otherwise not audible?
No, that's the part I have trouble with that last part of the phrase there. They are audible, but they are very, very low in level and require very careful listening. And they're very difficult to listen in real time. That's why we separate them out, we edit them out into listening pairs.
Let's talk about how much speech that you were able to identify that is not masked or overlapped, but that you have a clear sample of the speaker. Were you able to do that?
I read the meaning of the text. Do I repeat for it, please?
Yes, let's talk about the speech that you were able to isolate that wasn't masked or overlapped with other speech that you could then consider for
foreground speech or background?
the guy yelling. That speech.
That's what? That guy you got cut off there, I didn't hear the last word.
Do you hear somebody yelling for help on this recording?
One, there's the word help, I think.
Your testimony is that after analyzing this recording, you hear someone say help once, and that's all?
What? What are you talking about? I'm sorry, I'm another me. Different words on here. Some which are mentioned in the report.
All right, I'm sorry about the backup.
I'm begging you. How about I'm begging you? Or
Let's
get off of me. Or stop. Or
we'll get to those. We'll get to those soon. But I'm talking now about the audible speech of someone screaming, and whether you've been able to isolate that speech without masking and overlapping, so that you can use it to compare with for speaker identification.
yes. That way, but it's not a requirement that be non-overlapping because much of the speech that's on there, for example, the very first example, the beginning of tape number 3 or call number 3 has 3 people talking at once. That's not at all usual on the tape of overlapping speakers.
Right, but for speaker identification, do you require speech that's not masked or overlapped with other speech?
It depends on who's overlapping. If you have a child overlapping an adult male, that wouldn't be a big problem. Because their frequencies, their resonant frequencies would not overlap that much. If you had two women overlapping about the same age, that would be a problem probably. If they were
Did you attempt
simultaneous at the time.
Did you attempt to isolate the unmasked, non-overlapping speech for analysis? And how long was that speech altogether?
That's not a requirement to measure the overall length of the speech.
Did you do that?
I could do it, but I don't do it as no meaning to me.
So the standard that you talked about, for example, a 10-second minimum for the FBI that has a 16-second minimum, that's not a standard that you apply in your analysis for any length of time.
sufficient signal quality, it wouldn't make any difference to go below that standard and then analyze 4 seconds,
So
3 seconds.
is it your opinion that there was sufficient signal quality in this case for a reliable speaker identification?
I think there was sufficient quantity of signal to analyze, but it was not always of sufficient quality.
Let me ask you a couple of questions about the report itself and the methodology that you used. You point out that it was important to you and critical to your analysis, the 16-bit reporting,
Yes,
the 16-bit amplitude resolution.
amplitude resolution.
Why was that critical, and how does that affect your analysis?
Well, that's a very good question. The reason for that is that then divides the loudness scale, the amplitude scale, into a large number of increments. So that gives us an opportunity to have a much larger range from the loudest sound you can record to the softest sound you can record. So, for example, the 16-bit gives you a signal-to-noise ratio on the recording of about 95 dB. That's from the range from the loudest to the softest sound. Whereas an 8-bit recording might only give you 35 dB. There's a huge difference.
And
the reason for that,
that's critical to your analysis in this case, because if it, well, I'm asking you, why was that critical? What if you did not have 16-bit amplitude resolution in this case?
Well, that would have been much more difficult because the gradations of amplitude would be very large, and the signal would be very low in level. It would be very, very inadequate representation of the signal.
So that would...
Because the signals are so far down, you know, like the stop word, it sounds 30 decibels. If your signal noise ratio is only 35 decibels, that would be sitting literally in the noise floor.
So, if you did not have this 16-bit amplitude resolution, you would be unable to be as confident in your findings?
I would say that would be true, yes. For certain tokens.
And how is it that you know that what you processed there was, in fact, 16-bit amplitude resolution?
I was told one.
How were you told and who told you?
I believe I was told by the Stanford Police Department, but I'm not sure.
Did you call the Stanford Police Department?
No, I don't think I called directly to the police department. I think I called 911 center.
So do you remember calling the 911 center and asking them about this issue?
I called about some recording I think so.
The recording that you analyzed was the recording that was provided to you by the state attorney's office?
That a separate recording that was non-redacted.
Correct. So the state attorney was the source of that recording.
Yeah, so the recording was essentially identical with the exception of the addresses and names we put back in. If you look at signals that were excerpts from Washington Post studies and what I did recently, they look very identical.
Do you know that what you analyzed, was, in fact, the recording with 16-bit amplitude resolution from any other source than your conversation with the Stanford Police Department?
Well, I don't think I had very good information about the digital recording in general. That's typical these days. The signal is described. When I read the signal to a signal analysis program, all the characteristics of the signal, since they're digital, they're all present on a list that lists everything that's there. So, and that's listed as part of the signal is what we call a header, and the header describes it's a verbal description of all the characteristics of the signal. It comes with the signal. And that's what I'm saying, that's what I call them about the 16 bits, because that's already in the description in the header.
In the description in the header of what?
Of the digital file. That's kind of what digital, how the digital file say, maybe the sort of channel was helpful. All it is a series of amplitude values that come out as a result of native beat converter. What that means is that the voltage meter reads the signal X number of times per second and writes that number down on the computer. So that, for example, the signal this case was sampled at 8,000 samples per second. That means that each time we have a second of speech and being input to the computer, we have 8,000 numbers. Then those numbers are described in terms of signal characteristics. So along those numbers, there's a header file that tells you what the sampling rate was, what the resolution was, and so on.
And all of that information is in the file itself that you got? Okay.
That's correct.
Another question about the specifics. You indicate in your report that, and I think in your testimony, that there was some speech that you enhanced considerably using various techniques, including Sony SoundForge. Is that correct?
I use Sony SoundForge to enhance too. I did actually very little enhancement. Most of what I did was to differentially gain or amplify those various top segments. It didn't really require enhancement.
And
very minimal enhancement.
You recognize then, though, that while the enhanced signals that you evaluated may have been less noisy, the speech was not significantly improved.
Oh, no, okay, that's a good section on here. Okay, got it confused. Okay, what I was talking about was attempt to globally enhance the tape being recorded. That is to apply, like for example, Dolby. Dolby is a noise reduction algorithm that applies to a signal in general. Tries to enhance everything. That's generally not very successful in the kind of tape we're dealing with here. That wasn't at all successful in what I did.
So according to what you said here in your report, you didn't make the speech any better for those global enhancements.
They weren't involved. They're not on any sample tape, on any demo tape, and they weren't involved in the speaker identification or the speech phonetic transcription. But that was something that I tried to do AHC, and the answer we couldn't.
Okay.
That wasn't done.
Speaking of enhancements and such, I know that you use your computer because you ran certain software that you've been talking about, but did you use a computer software program for purposes of speaker identification?
No, that would be automatic speech recognition.
Yes. Well, I'm not saying automatic speech recognition. I'm talking about computer software that's designed to identify the speaker.
Yeah, that's automatic speech recognition. Speaker recognition, if you wish. Call both.
Right. Are you familiar with that technology?
Of course, I taught it.
Do you have access to that technology?
I don't have access to it now because I'm not in the academic field. I never used it forensic. Relatively inappropriate for forensic use. Too rigid, not flexible enough. The kind of noise and distortion conditions we get in real life situations.
So, although you would have this computer software available to you for speaker identification, you choose not to use it because you're not satisfied it's reliable?
It is reliable in forensic situations. A majority of the studies are not.
So, insofar as...
If you pull a bunch of people that try to dictate into their phone or dictate into their little tablet, see how successful they are. Some are successful, with speaker recognition, some are not so successful. That's the answer.
So you wouldn't rely on it in rendering an opinion on speaker identification?
Not typically, no.
And you didn't in this case?
No.
So what I'd like you to help me with then is exactly what you did that resulted in you tentatively identifying speakers on this recording. And I know that you've not used the computer software approach. So you used the aural spectrogram, the spectrographic approach. Is that basically what you did?
Well, that would be the combined method. I used at least that, including some other more recent tests.
Well, I'm talking about...
Basic comparisons were being made orally, A-U-R-A-L, orally and spectrographically. And not just spectrograph. Now we have computers, we're able to do many different acoustical tests as far as our spectrographic menu, if you will.
Did you isolate segments of speech that you wanted to listen to and then compare that speech with known speech to form an opinion whether it was or could be the same speaker?
Absolutely.
And do you have those pairs? Did you record those pairs?
I have thousands of them.
So you generated thousands of known and
Thousands of files. I don't know how many comparisons about that, but I have thousands of files that have signals on them.
Do you have discrete segments of speech that you compared with other known speech that you evaluated insofar as speaker identification?
Isn't that the same question?
Well, I'm asking you, do you have that, and can you identify specifically?
I have it. Yes, it's on the computer, yes.
Can you identify specifically for us those segments that you were able, in your mind, to compare successfully, that were suitable for comparison, and that you were able to compare?
I could have gone to the list, I'll send you a list.
All right, that would be very helpful. It may be beyond what we're doing here today, though, but if you'd go ahead and send it, that would be great.
My amplifies my answer to the question. The comment that some of the pairs involve enhancing the segment for example, the speech is particularly fast. Well, one of the things I did in some of the pairs practice was to slow down the speed. I didn't use that ultimately, but I looked at that.
Well,
I was looking at more than one type of pair of the same speech.
what does that method involve? What do you call that, and how does it work?
Well, in other words, a regular pair comparison, we have the unknown first typically, and then the speech style interval is the half second, second, and then the signal, the exemplar. The exemplar could be processed in some way to make it match the loudness, or make it, always the case, this is study, or to match the overall duration of the speech, in other words, the speech rate, those kinds of things.
Did you do that here? Did you manipulate the speech in order to make it more like the unknown speech?
Just temporarily to see how it sounds like this. It was on almost all of them.
All right, so that's your
If there are significant differences in speech rate, then I do it on most of them as a temporary procedure. It's not in the final pair comparison.
how does that then lead to the final pair comparison?
Because it tells us what influence speech rate had on our perception. For example, we also, this will tell you back a little bit, thing. We also play the speech backwards. The reason we play the speech backwards is to emphasize voice quality, sexual quality of the speech without any meaning associated with it, without any words associated with it. So that's often a frequent tactic that we use.
Did you do that here?
Yes.
And did you to all of the speech that you've identified in this case?
Not all of the speech, but the one for which was appropriate.
Well, did you apply that method to all of the speech that you have now identified in this case?
It is appropriate for all of the speech.
Did you apply that to all of the speaker identification that you did?
It is appropriate for all the speaker identifications.
What circumstances are you saying that it would be appropriate and when it would not?
Well, for example, it wouldn't be appropriate in the word top.
I do.
Let's see.
It would not be
The
appropriate.
word top, certain kinds of sounds are what we call velocity dependent, meaning that the speed of your tongue movement and your lip movement is going to affect the identification of the sound, and therefore change the meaning of the word. It's backwards or forward. It would alter the whole pattern. Sounds like the water sound might has a big movement too. The la sound, they also might not be appropriate.
So you use this approach sound by sound?
Not sound by sound, typically syllable by syllable or diphone by diphone.
I would still like to focus your attention, Dr. Wright, on here's what I'm trying to get at. I'm not doing a very good job, I apologize. There are certain cries, certain screams that are readily obvious when you play the recording. Do you agree with that?
Okay, so the screams are obvious what they're saying.
Utterances, sounds, clear, audible sounds.
And you can identify phonetically or just hearing them.
I'm talking about discrete utterances that you can isolate. You may also claim to be able to identify spoken words, but at least it's a clear, discrete utterance.
You can answer this several times, so it's a yes.
Okay. And some of those words, some of those utterances you are able to ascribe speech to, words that you can identify.
Many.
And you have a transcript of that you're going to send us?
I answered that several times. We've done presently a complete transcript. We are in progress.
Okay, but that's one set. Then there's another group of speech that you are claiming to identify in your report that seems to be subtext. It seems to be underneath soft-spoken speech that's not in that first group. Am I correct?
Yes, you mean it's not necessarily soft as what I come about call one?
The 911 call.
These questions be answered to be both then. The only other speech that I was talking about in the report was the sidebar speech that I was talking about.
Yes, I think maybe the sidebar speech would be the way you describe it.
That's on call number one. It's George's sidebar speech.
All right, before we get to that, I was referring to sidebar as being less audible speech than the voices that are screaming or crying out.
I was referring to sidebar as a side, someone talking to themselves or talking to someone other than the principal listener.
And in that sense, you're saying there is speech that you've been able to find on the non-emergency call that's lower or underneath the obviously audible speech?
Yeah.
And what was your method for that?
Judge, I'm object at this point, we're now beyond, again, the scope of Fry motion, as it relates to the reason I'm filing an objection.
Right, well, Dr. Reich had indicated that he evaluated both call number 1 and 3. So I think we're on to the second call, and Mr. West is entitled to ask the questions regarding that call.
As long as, and I would simply ask if he's asking about that first non-emergency call, he referred to specifically mentioning this, such as call one.
It may help, Mr. West, if you refer to those calls as Dr. Reich has put them, because it seems that there's miscommunication or misunderstanding as to which call you're talking about on his part. So perhaps if you used call 1 and call 3, he would be able to answer the questions.
Yes, and thank you, I'm the one that confused that. Dr. Wright, we're talking now about call 1.
Yes.
And you examined this, and you've found some speech on this recording that's not obviously audible when one listens to the recording?
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say that there are voice shifts that have shifted from softer speech to louder speech, from breathy speech to non-breathy speech to spasmodic speech, to harsh speech, so on. So there was sometimes it went down slow, but nowhere near as slow as the signal levels, the background signal on call number 3.
Well, keeping your attention on call number 1,
Yes.
Are you saying that if one were to listen to this recording, even with good quality headphones, that they would be able to hear the speech that you referenced?
Well, that depends on the listener. For example, one of the phrases that, am I allowed to say one phrase on that?
Well, if you could identify where it is you believe there was speech, certainly we could go from
Well, I
there.
just I've been identified by others in speech. It has to do with these expletives, they always get away. You know what I'm talking about?
I do, although I don't...
These assholes, they always get away, but not on me.
Right, you have concluded that there is that statement, but not on me, as a result of applying a method to identifying speech?
Applying the standard methodology that's used in acoustic kinetics to identify speech, yes.
So are you saying...
First they have to be amplified.
So that was my question. If somebody just listens to this recording with good quality headphones, they're not going to hear that, are they?
They'll hear it if they lose the signal. That's one of the problems I have with courts and audio recording, that they don't give the jury a fair chance to listen to the signal. Like experts don't listen to signals running in real time. They listen, in the old days, they listened with tape loops. Now we listen with segments on the computer. They have to be doing outside to listen to the speech in short segments. And if you listen to the speech in short segments with the earphones on, yes, you can hear it.
Short segments being segments that you have sort of extracted from this and then amplified?
Well, in this case, the segments are quite a bit longer than the segments on the call 3. There's a couple of phrases and a sentence.
Did you use any different methodology on analyzing this recording than you did on call 3?
Not for the word identification, no.
And how is it that you were able to actually identify the words that you believe were spoken as opposed to just being able to reveal sounds?
That's a good question. By listening to them and looking at the characteristics, what we call the acoustic features that go along to making up the sound. So to give you an example, make it easier for the court. For example, the S sound. If you want to produce the S sound, there are certain physiological features, certain acoustical features that must be met. Goals, G-O-A-L-S, goals that must be met. They include air coming from the lungs, we call effective airflow from the lungs. They include constriction in the oral cavity, preferably at the upper gum ridge. Sufficient constriction, these are all the features. Sufficient constriction at the gum ridge, the upper gum ridge, alveolar gum ridge, to produce turbulent airflow.
Okay.
The whole thing is, there's a set of about 30 different features that we look at, and then we determine whether or not that produces the correct amount of sound given those physiological features.
And then you listen and then you try to figure out what words were spoken?
That's just listen, look for these features, 25 or 30 features.
All right, so what we're talking about in your report is your attempt to arrive at a trustworthy and stable transcription, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, which means that once you process this, then you should have a trustworthy and stable transcription.
For the signals that were sufficient quality after enhancement to yield that kind of analysis, yes.
Well, are those signals appropriate, the ones on call 1 that we've been talking about?
No, most of them are, but there's a one section after, the section has to do with, he's running. They know the section? He says the Trayvon is running.
I remember the section, I don't see that in the reporting, though. I'm sorry, I don't see that. I don't see that in the report. What I want to.
I give you an answer to the question, but I am not going to know the question.
What I want to focus your attention on is when you prepared a preliminary report, including a transcript of some of these statements that you heard on that call 1, and then you prepared your second report that you provided to the state attorney's office in May of this year, the transcript changed.
Right.
And the transcript changed on the report from what you told us in our partial deposition a couple of weeks ago. And I thought that once...
You can be more specific about the thing?
Yes, give me just a second. I'm looking at the report. It's not dated, but it was when you said you prepared in connection with the work for the Washington Post. And on the second page, in the second full paragraph, you have that available?
Not readily. I can pull it up on the computer. That's right, you tell me.
All right, well, I'll read this sentence for you. You're talking about call 1 and the words that precede and then follow that reference, these assholes always get away. You see what I'm talking? Okay. In the first report, you say that you hear the words, dear, dear, dear God, followed by a whisper, you can count, yep, on me. Whereas in your newer report, you say, only dear God, and then you say it's followed, but not on me. So your transcript changed, and I'm trying to understand.
The middle section, you got the middle section, the asshole section. That was the thing.
Does it take a speech scientist to hear the words these assholes always get away?
Well, I think so, because there were thousands of people who thought they were raped and slaughtered. More than thousands. Maybe millions. That was a bone of contention. The reason why I analyzed that section.
You know, you mentioned that at the very beginning, that you took an interest in the case because you'd seen a lot of internet discussion about the recordings. Is that right?
About specific transcription of the recordings and what they meant in terms of politics and so on.
And that you decided at that point to take this on yourself to do some work?
Just to explore it. Think whether or not what all the commotion was about.
Did you begin to do an analysis with that in mind?
Yes.
And did you?
Excuse me, with that in mind, meaning that we wanted to get an accurate transcription of certain areas of the tape.
All right, and
Some which I still can't get.
so did you do this independently or at the request of the newspaper?
Not before the newspaper.
And then did you
We started before the newspaper, and it's ongoing to the present day.
Did you contact the newspaper to tell them you were working on this?
No.
How were you contacted?
They were recommended to me, referred to me by Jim Carino, Carino, the president of Intelnet.
So did you work out an agreement for them to do some additional work for some compensation?
I call it seed money. It was very minimal amount.
You said tease money?
Seed.
Seed money, thank you.
Plant the seed.
Mm-hmm. And how much money did you receive from the Washington Post?
2,000.
And about how much time had you invested in the case by the time you submitted this report to the Washington Post?
Well, hundreds of hours. Several hundred.
Several hundred hours up to the point that you gave the Washington Post this report.
That's right.
And that was when, please?
I think May, I'm not sure, May 2012.
Okay. And then when you were contacted by the state attorney's office, is that how it happened? Someone from the state attorney called you?
I think so, yeah.
And when was that?
I think that was early, soon after the Washington Post report.
And did
It
you,
was within 3 or 4 weeks of the report.
so probably June of 2012?
That sounds right.
And did you provide the
I have
state,
to look it up, I'm not,
did you,
I'm sorry.
did you provide the state attorney with the report you had prepared for the Washington Post?
With a redacted version, yes.
Or- And then did they hire you to do more work on the case?
They did.
And what are your financial arrangements with them?
Hourly,
And how many hours have you worked on their behalf in this case?
I'm not sure.
Well, can you ballpark it?
100.
100 or 200 or 300?
I haven't added it up.
Can you come anywhere close?
I work by the hour. I can't tell you. I haven't added it up.
You don't keep time records?
I do, I haven't added it up.
Have you sent them any bills?
I got a retainer from them.
How much was that?
I believe the retainer was 7,500.
Okay, and what's your hourly rate?
$100 an hour. I'm a bargain.
So approximately how many hundreds of hours have you worked on this case up through today?
Excuse me, my chair broke. Yeah, I would say between 500 and 700 together.
Could it be even more than 700?
It could very well be. There's airplane crashes that we've been working on for 20 years.
So it might even be 700 or 800 or even 1,000 hours that you put in
I
this?
don't think it's 1,000. It's irrelevant anyway. It's a high number of hours of this kind of thing.
So let's use a round number. Let's say you have 700 hours. 700 hours in the
The
case.
indication is
700 hours in the case would be about $70,000. Is that correct?
that
So that's,
I built all of it.
well, why wouldn't you bill all of it? Are you not expecting to be paid for your time?
I guess that's an academic thing. We are lowering ourselves.
Well, are you doing them a favor? Have you agreed to discount it if they use you?
No. Because they what?
Have you agreed to discount your rate if they call you as a witness?
No. I haven't agreed to discount anything. But I often, on jobs that involve very extensive transcription work, that's where the time we're talking about, the transcription, I frequently discount the transcription work.
When do you,
It's so time consuming, and otherwise I wouldn't get to work.
when do you expect to finish the transcription work in this case?
Sometime in the next couple of weeks.
And how many more hours do you think it's going to take you to do that?
I have no idea. Only God knows.
Between now and then, you may be able to identify additional speech.
I think a little bit, but that's some, but not a whole lot. It's in a final transcript mode. In one section, as I told you, where in call number 1, he says he's running. That section involves a tremendously distorted section. It lasts about half a page, 3/4 of a page. That probably is not going to change. Probably going to be mostly unintelligible.
Do you have any speech that you've identified in that section of call 1?
The section where he's running?
Yes.
Yes.
And that's not in your report?
No, it's not in my report.
And when would that transcript be available?
Same time as I was talking about. But much of the speech that students have there so far is the square package, which on my transcript means as the best interpretation. Or it's accurate, which means that it's unintelligible. You know, the joint checks on the single transcript has got a lot of missing stuff, missing information. In fact, I'm not even sure what it is. We can't agree on what the distortion is. Sounds like closed noise mixed in with the distortion of a cell phone. Like the cell phone is being bent. The circuit board of the cell phone, smartphone probably, was being bent while he was running. Pressure of his chest against the screen that distorted the signal.
Did you reference any of this in either of your reports?
No, we just discovered it.
So really, that's ongoing work that, I'm sorry, I have no idea what you just said. Are you saying that you've now done it?
So, Your Honor, again, beyond the scope of speaker identification,
Okay.
It's not just speaker identification.
This is a Fry hearing.
Yes, but that includes the speech identification, speech recognition as well, that this witness claims to be able to identify on both calls. That's part of this Fry proceeding as well, whether this witness is able
Fry
to do
proceeding is first and foremost to determine whether or not the methodologies used were new and novel.
that. Yes, and if those methods can be applied to the facts of the case in a reasonably reliable way, basically, whether it's within the standards accepted by the relevant scientific community.
Okay. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Well, I would ask the court to reserve, and I won't ask further until we at least get the rest of the report.
Well, you can't ask him any more questions on something that hasn't been provided, so
Yes.
of course I'll reserve onto that.
So, on how you got involved in this, you got interested because of this stuff. Did you take the context of what was being said and happened into account when you did your work?
Genetic context, emotional context, linguistic context, no context.
The factual context of what evidence was in the newspaper or in the media about what was supposed to happen.
I wasn't interested in that, in the data, in the recording. I really don't know that much about change itself.
You don't know the general facts of the case?
Only in a very superficial way, maybe.
Did you take into account any of the facts that had been in the media in evaluating the speech or the speaker identification?
Well, I knew that it wasn't niggers, that it was actual.
You're talking about what, some reference to call 3?
Call 1.
Call 1, I'm sorry.
So that knows their way.
Right.
So that those niggers, they're standing where.
Who told you that? I've never seen that anywhere.
It was all over the internet.
But you established conclusively that's not what was said.
Absolutely.
So, for example, Dr. Wright, were you aware that there was a witness who saw George Zimmerman?
The counsel testifying about what any witness might have said. You can ask if the doctor was aware of anything or what the doctor was aware of, but I would reject him testifying.
Well, this is cross-examination. Overruled.
Dr. Wright, were you aware that there was a witness who testified that he saw part of the altercation and that he saw Trayvon Martin straddling George Zimmerman, striking him, and that George Zimmerman was crying for help? Did you know that?
Yes, sir. Witnesses have said that many things.
Well, did you take that into account in trying to identify the
I didn't take that
speakers?
specific interest into account because they didn't take any witnesses into account. I was interested in witnesses. I was interested in what they, I was interested in what the recordings told me.
Did you take into account the injuries to George Zimmerman, that he'd been punched in the
I
nose?
took into account the acoustic patterns and oral patterns that were on the recording. That's what I was asking you. That's what I did.
Do you think that being punched in the nose might affect nasality, for example?
It could.
Did you take that into account?
There was no evidence of that on the recording.
So there was no measurement you could make of nasality?
Although the next I could make of nasality, there's no evidence of any major VT nasality in this case. The P nasality or hyponasality effect.
Yes,
That
sir.
doesn't mean it couldn't have been there in between, senses or whatever.
No, I'm sorry, Dr. Wright, we stepped away from the speakerphone for a moment. The analysis that you did on call 3, you have, as a result of the oral spectrographic analysis, you have identified speakers being George Zimmerman and Trayvon Martin, is that correct?
Correct.
You've also recognized that there was a...
That should be
Tentatively then, is there anything else that you could do with this, the information that you have, that you could reach a definitive opinion?
No.
So did you also, of course, heard the 911 operator and the person talking on the phone, correct?
You know that seconds or what are you talking about?
I'm talking about as you reviewed the 911 call, you
The
heard
whole call?
you heard the 911 operator, correct?
Yes.
You heard the person, the female who made the call,
Yes.
and you may have heard a sound of someone in the unit with her.
Jeremy.
And did you hear any other voices on the recording?
The other person was mentioned in my report was Jeremy.
We're gonna ask, Doctor, that you not identify anyone by name other than Mr. Martin.
I identify my name on the case.
So what I'm looking at then, other than the people that you've identified, the male speaker that you've now said is Jeremy, the female who placed the call, the 911 operator, and Mr. Martin and Mr. Zimmerman, have you heard any other voices on that recording?
It's no good.
Was that a no?
Could you repeat your answer?
I need the question and re-vote.
The people that have been identified as being on the recording include George Zimmerman, Trayvon Martin, the female who placed the call, the person you identify as Jeremy, and the 911 operator, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Other than those individuals, did you identify any other speakers on the recording?
No. Not in the first 25 seconds. The first 60 seconds.
Right, we're limiting it to the first 45 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Manti, any redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Wright, we're finished. We're finished and we're going to hang up the phone. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, so it's scheduling. It's 4:38. Do you want to start with another witness now, or do you want to come in tomorrow morning?
Judge, that will conclude the presentation on behalf of the state. So.
Okay. Mr. West, do you want to call another witness now or come in the morning?
May I have just a moment?
Yes,
Thank
you may.
Judge. I want to confer with Mr. Manti.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Okay, and here, so he knows what we were talking about is scheduling matters, and the defense has 3 more witnesses that they're calling for the Fry hearing, and we're not going to even get through one of them if we were to even stay here till 6 o'clock. So we've all agreed to continue the Fry hearing until tomorrow at 9:30. So we'll reconvene about that. At this time, before we recess for today, we have defendant's motion to extend curfew.
Your Honor, the motion speaks for itself. Let me just clarify that I had contact with the Seminole County Sheriff's Office, who does the GPS monitoring for Mr. Zimmerman, and they take no position on whether the court should or should not grant it, but I was advised that they could accommodate the court's order extending the curfew till 11 o'clock. The reasons why we need it are set forth in the motion, so Mr. Zimmerman can visit with us, meet with us, and or witnesses as needed, well past the 6 p.m. curfew that's currently established.
Okay. Is there any objections from the state?
We would object, Your Honor, based on the prior grounds that regarding passport and money issues that were lied about by the defendant or defendant's wife. And so we feel that the court should adhere to.
Yeah.
If I may. And so we would object to the extension of grounds. I think they're wanting 2 things. One is for him to be able to travel outside of Seminole County and also the time. So we would object to both of those.
Okay, well, as far as
Traveling outside Seminole County, I believe the prior order said that he could travel outside of Seminole County to go to Mr. O'Mara's office. That will remain in full force and effect. I will extend the curfew till 10 p.m. But his travel is just outside of Seminole County is to your office. Okay? With that, we'll be in recess until tomorrow morning at 9:30.